I don't know who taught her how to do this. It wasn't me. She just learned one day. It's spontaneous generation, but about making fart sounds. That's Jordan ripping ass. Her first words are going to be, "Did you see it?" Right on the left side of the video. That's normal baby things. Exactly, yeah. She's resisting sleep right now. It is time for her to go to bed. It's a little past time for her to go to bed. The truth of the matter is we tried avocado today again, and she was not super happy with it. But I think it's because it was too cold. Because it was in the fridge, and then we prepared her a bowl and left it out so that it would be room temperature. And it was room temperature, and she picked it up and ate a bunch of it and then threw it on the ground. And I was like, okay, so I got another one ready, and that one didn't have time to warm up. So I think she was a little put off by the cold. So I had the rest of the avocado and some avocado toast like a good millennial. I've eaten so much avocado today. I've eaten like a total millennial diet today. For lunch, I had a fermented tofu sourdough sandwich with avocado. For dinner, I had a chicken bolognese, and then I made the little avocado toast at the end. And then for breakfast, I had a Celsius. Rip house ownership? Yeah, we get it. You're a coastal elite. Exactly. I don't have time to fraternize with you fucking pores. Someone get these beggars out of here. Now that Jillian's out of the house, you can get Variety Thursday back. Oh, no. They're back. We are not, by the way, going to do Variety Thursday. All right? We already have enough of a problem getting people to show up on Wednesdays these days. All right? I'm not jinxing it. Tofu? You think you're better than me? Yeah. Freaking plate lickers. The babies in my family are all really happy to eat stuff, but then the autism kicks in after our vaccinations, and we become really picky eaters as kids, adults. True. This guy doesn't want to work more. Birds of a feather. Planning things for September. Oh, are you guys ready for my subathon? I'm going to do a subathon with the following goal. Get Jillian to divorce me. This guy saw the Ludwig Streamer University thumbnail and decided to follow just the thumbnail. Yeah, exactly. Divorce, then another subathon to remarry her again. Good idea, good idea. Planning a subathon at the same time as Peeps? Oh, is Peeps open about that? That he's probably going to try a subathon then? We'll see. If Peeps is, like, floating it to his chat, just tell him to do it. Tell him to do it. Will you teach Master Duel at Streamer U next year? Yeah, so I'll just do my Streamer U class right now. Hey, guys, it's me, Joseph Rothschild. You may know me as MBT. I am the #1 Master Duel streamer located in the United States. My advice to you is to not stream Master Duel. When the divorce happens, will you be a shell of a man or a slightly upbeat divorced guy? I'm going to be Kyle Gordon's character in the Myrtle Beach on Company Time video. It's Labor Day, and we're here to play. #1 Whoa, hey, whoa, CJ. I would never. Have you heard Mr. Jumbo? Love it. Honestly, it's fucked up because I also love Paul Simon. Like, Graceland is really good. Master Duel streamer is kind of a stretch, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's true. Just chatting streamer. CJ, thanks for the sub. Did you see Mr. Jumbo guy was on Simpsons once? Yeah, you know, it was a very unfunny bit, and I want to chalk that up to the Simpsons being bad. I want to still believe that Kyle Gordon can be funny. The thing is, all of his videos that are not comedy songs, I find incredibly grating. With the single exception of the, like, books you get for X. Those ones are quite funny. #1 just chatting streamer that minors in Master Duel. Okay, well, you can't say that word at Streamer University. Minors. Dude, I don't know. I was seeing all those videos of people being like, no one showed up to this class because everyone was out all night partying. And I was like, all right. And I liked a lot of people were like, they're throwing their education away. And it's like, yeah, I mean, they're making connections. And that's the explicit purpose of this thing, is to make connections. But I don't know. Did you see there's like a fucking 13-year-old there? Yeah, I mean, it's a streamer university. You got to groom someone. Well, they're going to... Yeah, everyone here's 18. No one would show up, right? It's streamers. Fucking true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did you see all the old Ludwig tweets and clips that Librarian was reposting? Yeah, his old Vines that are, like, chronically unfunny. I will be completely honest. Nothing on Vine was funny. I saw some Vine compilations that people were, like, posting to be like, I can't believe we all thought this was great. And it is shocking that there is almost nothing worth saving from that website. Total period of cultural drought. I even heard the credits don't transfer. Exactly. You guys got pussy on this stream? What? Pussy. Dude hates only a spoonful. That's one of the only funny things. Lud ended up ending his classes with none of this matters, by the way. This is all survivorship bias. Good luck. Yeah, that's a cool thing to end it on. It kind of sucks to sit through the lecture and be dressed down for not paying attention when you're ending it like that, but it's also totally true, you know? I try and tell people, you know, how to do streaming and whatever, but at the end of the day, I get to do that because, you know, I make a living doing it, and a million people who did the exact same things I did didn't, because Master Duel didn't come out when they were trying to grow. Logan Yu-Gi-Oh! Paul. By the way, I'm getting really big into Logan Paul. Road work ahead. I sure hope it does. That guy is actually funny. That's Drew Gooden, right? He is quite funny. Do you change the mats in your background? Yeah, I made some changes. These are still the 300, 250, 200. This is now the Genesis topping mat, the Genesis mat, the remote dual mat I still really like. This is the D-Hero mat that Alex got me. That's always been part of it. This is the fucking terrible entry mat for the WCQ, and this is from Blazing Dominion Premiere I won. I don't know what to do about this spot, because I think this is like a really lame mat to have here, but visually I think it's like we don't have any other red in here. Genesis topping mat, so the participation mat. Hey, why don't you ask all the other Genesis people if they got one? Hey, peeps, you got your mat? Half miss? Doug? The Elestrals mats have to be under the good mats? Yeah, these are all the Elestrals mats. I didn't change any of those. I wish you and Farfa could put your differences aside and support Faraj together. We do in private support Faraj. We don't get along. I have the original Top Cut mat it's based on. Oh, jeez. I see people with the there's a very frequent bootleg of the original mat, and I see people with it, and I just go, because it says like extra deck zone, and I'm like, it wasn't called the extra deck when they were giving this out. It was called the fusion deck. Joseph, any funny bits you want me to do to Leah? What the fuck? I'm going to Off-Kai? Oh. No, but have fun at Off-Kai. Yeah, I'm excited. Leah's going to Off-Kai. She's taking my good friend Danny. But the week after, we're all going to go to Uniqlo so that I can learn how to dress. You're white? What does that mean? You can't go to Uniqlo? Who do you think Uniqlo is for, Rebecca? It's for white people. It's for white people who want to pretend they're Asian. I don't think you will fit their stuff. What the fuck? Yes, I will. International Chinese students? That's fair. Is she calling you fat? I think they're saying that it's Asian sized and I'm fat. But It's not. It's American sized. It's fat American sized. I can't call you fat. I'm fat. Hey, we're just a couple of fat little chuds. What are your thoughts on the Verity song? So good. I mean, I really like it. No, I've shopped at Uniqlo before. This is not a new experience for me. There's just one that opened up in the mall, so I'm excited to go there. Will your child inherit the MBT channel and continue 10-minute testing? God, I hope not. Jesus Christ, I hope not. You watching End of Evangelion in theaters tonight? No. I don't watch anime. I've never heard of End of Evangelion. No, I watched End of Evangelion the way you're supposed to, which is, of course, stealing it off of a torrent site in 2012. I don't think you're supposed to watch it in a theater. Dude, they have an IMAX at my theater a few minutes from my apartment. Come over. Dog, you are gone tomorrow. I would love to. The multi-pocket Uniqlo bag is goated for TCG. I asked for that for my anniversary, and I got it. I actually have it right over here. I watched anime as God intended on YouTube in 3-minute parts in 2006. Very true. You're supposed to watch End of Evangelion through Aura compilations and TikTok. Are people doing End of Evangelion compilations on TikTok? That doesn't sound... You know, it's funny on stream, you do look like normally proportioned, while Peeps looks massive on stream. In real life, you're just zoomed in 120, and Jordan also looks like he does on stream. That's probably true. I got my 200 view bot set up to boost Vrains Abridged like you wanted. When should I expect my paycheck? Never. Yeah, I want to start by talking about Vrains Abridged. First and foremost, watch Vrains Abridged. It's getting killed. Oh my god, I can't believe how badly it's doing. I don't know if I just don't know how to make a series anymore, but I keep doing this thing where like the first episode will get like 60K and then the second episode will get 10. I really just don't understand. Because the first one did quite well. The Perfect Draw is also doing this, but I understand why that's happening. The reason that you're not getting paid for it is because it is also copy struck. Right before we went live, it was like, oh, just a second. This is all copyrighted information. And I was like, that is true. You are right. Yes. Isn't that the reason it got owned? No, a copy strike like that doesn't impact visibility. And despite the fact that it says slur in it, slur is not a deboosted word. You went, dude, I should put the most effort into a copyright series. It's genius. Well, what else am I going to put effort into? On this series, we opened 20 master packs. You know, I don't want to rip off Doug. I never would. Why not open real packs? Ooh, great idea. On this series, we opened 24 packs of Corey. Let's just do our own saga, dude. Fuck it. Saga, but good. That's what I'm saying. Don Kishin, thank you for the sub. On this series, we rate Genesis porn. That's good, yeah. Buy old sealed packs and see if you can make the money back? Absolutely not. Some sort of clash of the clearance. I will be reviving Larry in the hole. Lukey in the hole. We're in. Just do another Prague playoffs. Do you seriously think we could get people to watch Prague playoffs in 2026? That's the problem, is that people now demand a certain standard of quality that I can't achieve. I don't think any of us can achieve. Wait, what if I make... Okay, wait, here's the new series. We have today's gameplay, but with yesterday's cards. You need to steal off RuneScape creators. That's how you get the money. Alex had it figured out. He had it figured out. I remember one time I was like, so how do you get all these ideas? And he was like, I go to old school RuneScape and what if you do progression but with Genesis points? No. A new Genesis video format would be kind of nice. You all understand that Genesis already is a niche of a niche of a niche. Wait, for real? Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was pretty open about it. He was like, yeah, a lot of my ideas are just adapting an old school RuneScape series for Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, Don Kishin, I think you're right. What if you looked back into Yu-Gi-Oh's past formats, like some kind of history, Pepega? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm a little sad we will never make another one of those. I feel like we got to a good endpoint, but, you know. No, bro, the audience is there. We will probably just bring back Chef. Really lame answer, but we'll bring back Chef. Love Island Yu-Gi-Oh, please. Oh, that's a good idea. How many episodes of Deck Swapper left? Depends on who keeps winning. Just in time to get a Platner cameo as Chef. Is he up there? Get Farfa kicking and screaming, gagged and bound into another series of Chef. He's excited to do Chef. Isn't that crazy? Farfa's like, yeah, I think I'm ready to do Chef again. I think I got a lot of good ideas. I was like, oh, okay. What Groiper will you get to be the next Chef judge? I've been talking to Nick Fuentes. He and Danny are actually really good friends, so I've been talking to him. I've been talking to Stephen Miller. I've been talking to Steve Bannon. I've been talking to Laura Loomer. I've been talking to Nick Shirley, and that takes forever because he talks slow. I've been talking to Alex Jones. I've been talking to Tucker Carlson. I've been talking to Marco Rubio. I'm talking to Vance, of course, to help promote his new book. I did talk to Mitch for about 20 minutes. We had Lindsey Graham up, but unfortunately, you know. I've been talking to Erica. I've been talking to Erica. Don't worry. I've been talking to Hunter Biden. Alex Jones actually popped, dude. I heard about that. That's rough. Get Vance on the couch for a discussion? No, thank you. You probably could get an Etsy witch to commune with Charlie. Wait, that's actually a really good idea. It would be the first prompt is from beyond the grave. Charlie, I don't think we could do that. Let me actually float it in chat. No, I'm not going to do that. Hey, Joseph. I've been getting really into Popper. Do you have any advice? Not at all. Popper is a great form. Make sure you have a place to play it. That's what I would say. That's an important part of Popper. I like Popper, but I can't get over the fact that, like, a variation of red deck wins is part of a significant amount of the top decks. Gates being the best control deck, though, is really funny. Ugh. Joseph, my prompt is to make friends with everyone through decks. If I had to pick one, should I get into Popper or Poppers? Poppers are a sometimes food. Popper is a sometimes format. What about the Hasty Horse YCS? It's coming. About as likely as the Edison YCS at this point. Will Reigns Abridged get an episode 3? I am going to see it out. There are, I think, 12 episodes planned. Do you denounce Hassan Piker? Pretty much every day, yeah. For his deplorable actions streaming on twitch.tv, the website owned by Jeffrey Bezos. Dude, have you seen they're doing Mao shit now? They're like, Hassan Piker idolizes Mao. And it's like, yeah, this one will work for sure. I've seen the Luke Skywalker image 200 times today because of the Mao tweets. Is one of the 12 Reigns Abridged episodes a recap? I should hope that they all are. Are you ready for the U.S. and Israel military to merge? I've been counting down the days because, as we all know, the IDF is the world's most moral army. So, I mean, our military could use some morality. If they fuse, you could negate it with the barrier. That's true. I don't know. I think I just don't have too much to talk about. Let's get into watching videos, right? Oh, I do want to talk about this real quick because it whips ass. People on TikTok genuinely think the hearing test they did in elementary school is evidence that they were put through an evil government program to make them ungifted. This is true. It did happen. This is #gate. Ever since they made me listen to those high-pitched sounds through headphones in elementary school, I stopped forming solid childhood bonds and memories. Looking up the GATE program explains why I was insanely smart in elementary school, taught myself multiplication and division in 3rd or 4th grade, and then once I hit middle school, it all kind of disintegrated. Okay, so first and foremost, you are actually supposed to know multiplication and division. I mean, ideally before 3rd or 4th grade. I remember, not to toot my own horn, but I was a gifted child, and they had me doing extra work learning multiplication in 1st grade. So I'm a little concerned as to why that they're 4th grade, they're like, what's going on here? 4th grade should be fractions. That's already division, right? Wait a minute. Hold up. I just got some great news from a first-time chatter. Twitch viewers stream promotion. Are you? Oh my god, that's so true. Let's perma them. RUJ. We are covering the magician, yes. I always think this. Former gifted child remembering shapes and colors class. I liked it. I was good at it. Oh, wait, there's more? I have a freckle there, too. It's a common spot to have a freckle. Wait, I have a freckle there, too. I actually have a lot of freckles on my arms. Why the hell do we all have the same freckle? I did the gate test and remember everything we did for our gifted and talented class wasn't really anything advanced. We did a lot of weird activities like studying mole rats in space and identifying sharks by their teeth. Yeah. That's pretty bog standard stuff. I have that same freckle, and I remember learning to read in one day. Just all of a sudden I could do it. I have the same freckle, covered it up with a tattoo, and now it's on my right arm. Oh my god. The GATE program was weird as fuck, low-key. Some kids got bused to different facilities and buildings without their parents' knowledge, where they did tests like I did. I was taken out of school, and I did testing in trailers set up behind the school. The windows were covered to make it as dark as possible, I remember, because it wasn't just a hearing test. There was a frequency that you had to listen to and let them know if you could hear it, but there were also videos, flashcards, workbooks that you were instructed to keep from your parents. I remember listening to audio in French, too, but others don't have that experience. I was issued telepathy tests. I've heard others were instructed to try and use telekinesis. Also, this wasn't a school faculty that was testing us. It was second party folks. I only told my mom as an adult, and she said she had no idea I was being taken out of class. It could be all fake, sure, blown out of proportion, but wasn't it a bit odd? It was scary because we were all just kids. I only know my experience. It was weird that it was all secretive, and I remember feeling the knee-jerk urge to lie to the assessors and not tell them the truth. Whether we could hear the frequencies at the school that I experienced this at had to be down the road from a military base connected to military housing. Okay, well, I was in the gifted and talented program, and it was normal. So I think you actually got groomed by MK Ultra. They're a sleeper agent, I guess. The high pitch will awaken them. True. Aliens taught them how to read in one day. All right, let's do some watching. Is she making too much noise? Just give her some time. Yeah, you can do that at any time. Someone's giveaway got returned for no address. Yeah, you want to say hi to chat? Oh, guess who wants to say hi to chat? You can say hi to chat, and I'll go beat up the baby. How about that?
Hello, chat. It's me, Dr. Jillian, back from another bedtime. Um, Thank you to everyone saying congrats. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, I defended my dissertation, and I then spent about a week and a half at my parents' house with the baby and the doggy, and we went swimming. And now I'm back here and our baby's so cute, but she just needs some time to go to sleep. Um, doctor, my head hurts. I'm not that type of doctor. And since I have a baby, believe in yourself, Miss Jillian. Is Dr. Jillian. Aren't you overqualified for stream now? Chat, I was always overqualified for stream. Um, Ugh. Also, I don't know if I said the baby's name. If I did say the baby's name, just pretend that I didn't. And never talk. And I wasn't really prepared to talk to you. And now Joseph uh just left me alone. Um I meant anything neat coming up? Um I guess I'm going to I'm working on some projects. Doing experiments. I have some data I'm working through. So that's all fun. Do you have keys? You could jingle them at the camera. No. Um Jillian, did you read Homestuck? Or did Joseph strong arm you into the Vriska bit? Actually, it is a reference to the podcast Will of the Council, where there was a post about someone naming their kid Vriska, and then it became the gamer name for our child. That's so true. Listen to Will of the Council where anywhere you get your podcasts. Do you have cameras? You could jingle them at the keys. Well, I don't have keys, so even if I did have cameras, who am I jingling them at? Is MBT also Doctor? Is that fake? Okay, this is also a reference to an episode of Will of the Council, where someone who has a JD, their sibling had a PhD, and like the PhD was the poster, and they were like annoyed because their sibling with the JD made them call them Doctor, and I got annoyed because some like a law degree is called a Juris Doctorate, but you don't call someone with that degree a doctor, but you call someone with a PhD doctor. No, we're not siblings. Everyone shut. Do you want any more children? Sorry if that's a bit too personal. That is extremely personal. And it's very interesting because my one kid's not even a year old yet, and people like the guidance is you wait a year to have a kid anyways, and also I don't know, I almost like died, like it was a really rough pregnancy. Not in a hurry for that. Which was hardest, giving birth, getting the doctorate, or being married to Joseph? uh Getting the doctorate was the hardest, then it's being married to Joseph, and then it's giving birth. I keep making jokes about giving birth. Easy. Um, my experience, it's nice to have a buddy sibling that's close to age. My bro is 4 years younger, and he's my best friend, but to each their own. And you know what, chat? If you think we should have multiple children, you could help fund that because children are expensive. Since Vriska is your kid, does that make her a doctor too by proxy? Nah, she's got to get her doctorate all on her own. I think you should adopt Danny. No, I think Danny is an adult who can live near. What would Vriska be a doctor of? I don't know. I don't know what she's interested in. She's a baby. I don't know where Joseph is. Joseph? Sorry, I really didn't want to be here this long. I don't know where he went. All men leave. That's true. I kind of have things to do. I was just informing him the baby was going to cry a little bit, but it was okay. And then I was going to leave. And now I have been doing all this stuff. Tell Joseph to go to to come to our locals in Ocean City. No, that's far away. He is gone, single mother of 700 people. That's so true. That's so true. You can leave us if you need to. The mods are here to watch us. It's like the kids being like, "It's okay, mom. You can go in the other room." Chat. I'm gonna be right back. I don't know what this person's. I'll let you know.
Oh, did everyone say goodbye to Jillian, who is a doctor? Bye, Dr. Jillian. That's what they're saying. Okay. Sorry for putting you on the spot. All right. My roommate says your new glasses make you look like a James Bond villain. No, Mr. Chud. I expect you to die. All right, what do you want to do today? So let's begin by stealing some content. We're going to watch some Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos. Probably not Saga Battle City, because that is something I'm in, so I know how it turns out. Watch this one. I'm not going to watch the entire 40-minute best of. Did you see the pinned comment on this? No, I didn't hear. This is, hey there, Delilah. I'm jerking off at Walmart. Feels so fucking strange to have MBT viewers here. Yeah, I did see this. I have a couple that I already want to watch. Let's start with the dulls. Okay, we've got Grimjow Jaeger Jacques or Demaria Yesta. Okay, I don't know either of these characters. I do see the one is from Fairy Tale, which I like. You guys are saying not the woman? It was not the woman. You were right. Jinxie from Wuthering Waves or Hekapu. Now, we fucked this up last time. I remember Hekapu had a pretty significant amount, but is Jinxie... I want to pick Hekapu again. All right. We'll take it. Ether from Genshin Impact or Lisa from Genshin Impact. Okay, one of these is a boy, right? No. Ether? What do you mean Ether? Ether is the main character. Oh, that's interesting. He's the player insert? Okay, sure. Wow. Okay, yeah, that was really close. Not close. Yasuo or El Primo from Brawl Stars. Jesus Christ. I'm not jacking off to either of these. I'm going to say Yasuo, I guess. I guess everyone's jacking off to El Primo. What do I know? Cassie Cage or Sei Nijima. I'm going to say the Sei Nijima one. It was Cassie Cage. Mash Kirilight or Piranha Plant. I'm going to say Mash Kirilight. Falco or one of the DOA girls. It was Falco, my bad. Cinderace or a VTuber. It's Cinderace, not even close. James or... I'm not even going to read the other one. I should have read the other one. It's a fucking Monster Hunter monster that people want to jack off to. Wow, that's shocking. Really bad one. Let's do Scrandle. Hot dog and waffle or veggie dog? I mean, I'm going to pick hot dog and waffle here, I think. All right, what are we fucking with? Chicken on a stick or a slice of Domino's pizza? These are both very bad. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I guess chicken on a stick? Yeah, all right, sure. Steak and pie mushy peas or 11 elefante with mayonnaise and sweet curry sauce. I don't know what that is. The steak pie and mushy peas looks pretty good. All right, fuck me, I guess. Unidentified food. We're at the cricket today. Or carne asada plate. Kind of hard to play without doing carne asada plate. You gotta be out of your mind, dude. Hot dog and cheesy chips or chicken shawarma? It's chicken shawarma. Chicago hot dog that's been destroyed or cheese pizza that looks like dog shit? A hot dog or half smoke hot dog? Ooh, $22.50? No way. Buffalo chicken burger or cheeseburger? Buffalo chicken burger here. Sausage in lompe or sausage roll? The roll? Two more. Sausage, chips, and curry sauce or cheeseburger. I'll take the hollowed cob. Fuck you. Or curry in a cup or veggie burger. Curry in a cup. All right, this was bad. Did not do well on this one. Oh, but no one did well on this one. That is not a usual score. Let's do the cuddle. Oh, this is doable. Oh, really, really close. All right, the poople. Worry. Okay, wart, part, port. But then we're in poot territory. We don't want to do that, I think. Warp. No, that doesn't really do it either. Pour. No, I don't like that. Worn. Worn. Porn. Poon. Oh my god, is poon a word? Oh, we're going to find out. Fuck. That's a trap, yeah. How do we get out of this? Port, pout, poor poop. God, that's bad. Okay, actually not that bad. Actually not that bad. Let's do the comic dub. No, let's do connections. White stripes, hole pins, strokes, hives, hooves, vines, score, snaps, rash, main, tweets, power redness, tail itching. Okay, the white stripes and the strokes are bands. But that seems like the red herring, right? White stripes. Where else would you see white stripes? In the middle of the road? Maybe like a hole in the middle of the road? No. White stripes could be like sports also. We'll come back to that. Mane, tail, hooves. Oh. Felt good about this one. I thought this was going to be a horse. Oh, it could be a zebra. Wait, that was the purple. Strokes. Itching, ash, redness, itching, hives. These are like disease words. All right. Par, hole, score, strokes. I think it would be pins over hole. No, I'm stupid. On a golf scorecard, I thought it was like scoring. So like par is your score is your score, your pins are your score. These are fucking. I should have known it from this platform specific posts. Yeah. Okay. And a comic dub, please. Wait, hold up. Yuji can't tell Choso?
Out of hand.
Oh, is that really you, Yuki?
Yuji, what are you doing here? If you keep this quiet, I might make it worth your while.
You mean that?
I know you're curious.
What about Choso?
You're funny. Don't pretend this isn't tempting, Yuji. So, you won't say a word, right?
Okay. But you won't just leave.
Eh?
They are getting much smarter. They've started cropping it before the pornography happens. That's clever. All right. Disgusting. Next up. All right, I have a couple I want to watch. I want to watch does creative deck building exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Response to Team Samurai X1? I think that one is an interesting one. We missed this one for a while. I want to do Smoking with Dark Magician. Looks really good. This is the thumbnail. I want to do... What's this one? 404 not found. Okay, I guess I don't know. I'll do Paul APS. Okay. This is a short. I don't think I want to do this.
Come play Yu-Gi-Oh!
New Sam vid? Yeah, for sure. New Sam vid for sure. And then, can we do this? Well, what is it?
Good
Roll
afternoon,
for sandwich?
D&D TikTok.
I actually don't like Roll for Sandwich. I like a lot of these like daily ones. I don't like Roll for Sandwich. This is the all pickle sandwich.
But it's
we
not
did this one already, actually. Let's do a sandwich of history. Cheese and banana. Oh, I think I could do grandfather's sandwich. That's interesting. Then let's do a sausage. Oh, there's not been one since steak boiled in probiotics. All right, okay. In that case, we're fine. Let's start with this one.
Have Astolfo! Furry! Come play Yu-Gi-Oh! We have Astolfo! Furry!
This is rough. I'm gonna get through it. For you.
Zeus!
Okay. That is Zeus.
Zeus! Your son has returned!
Okay.
And I bring the wrath of these
Okay.
horse riding these
This is good. I like this a lot.
negate!
Let's run that shit back.
Horse riding these negate! The Hundo! A meme that was turned into a deck.
That's true.
Oh my god, it's a dinosaur! Exodia!
That one was just a dinosaur.
Fushigi these
That's interesting. A Fushigi reference.
a hand trap that has feet. Go, go, Power Rangers!
Okay.
Step on me, mommy. Choke me, daddy. You're under arrest. Come with me. You're under arrest. Come with me.
I'll give him that one. That was not bad.
You're under arrest. Kinky. Mathman. Board wipe. Nah, I'm just kidding. Oh my god, it's a dragon! Come play.
This is good. This is good. Thank you. All right. Let's do this first one. Does creative deck building exist in Yu-Gi-Oh?
You know, Yu-Gi-Oh tends to have a lot of stereotypes when it comes to the larger card gaming community.
Okay, so Crispy Applesauce, in case you all aren't familiar, is a rising star in the Yu-Gi-Oh YouTubing sphere, which is important because the difference between this guy and most of the Yu-Gi-Oh content creators is this guy does not play Yu-Gi-Oh. One of the class of Magic player playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And I like his stuff. I think it is fine. There is a lot that's clear. he started making videos and was like, it'd be like if I started making like magic videos. It'd be like, sure, I like his conclusions, I like what he's saying, but it's pretty clear there's a pretty substantial knowledge gap that will be filled in as he is like more integrated into the game, if that makes sense. Anyway, let's do this one. So this is a response to Sam's video, which is a really we'll go back to it. It's 2 months old, so I don't know if we will be able to find it. There's no way to search it. Okay, 2 months. Maybe it was longer than that because the Egyptian gods, Konami's biggest failure, perhaps. Maybe this is the one that it's a reference to. We watched this one a couple of months ago. My argument here would be that it does. The creative deck building does exist. The Genesis players are doing it. That is exactly the one. All right.
And one stereotype that I don't think gets talked about enough is this idea that Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have creative deck building. And admittedly, this is a side of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That I never really engaged with because I just assumed that the stereotype was true.
It is true. I do want to be clear. It's true. It's 100% true. But I also want to be clear. It's a little more nuanced than, not to put on my nuance hat, it depends, but it's a little more nuanced than net deck good, net deck bad.
With most modern decks, you just take all the archetypal cards, jam them into a deck, fill the rest of the space with hand traps, and call it a day. And nothing about that really screams creative deck building. But not too long ago, a friend of mine challenged his community to a deck building competition. And the rules were simple. Build something fun and unique while still having that cool factor, and more importantly, you have to be able to win a ranked game with the deck's win condition in order to submit it. And I took that opportunity.
This is an interesting premise for a show. Some sort of entertaining duel. A duel replay.
It's really engaged with the deck building side of Yu-Gi-Oh! To see how creative you can really get with this game. And when it came to deciding on what deck I wanted to build for this, I decided what better way to aura farm the Rule of Cool than an Egyptian God OTK deck. And some of you may have realized where I'm going with this. Mid-recording, I ended up getting a notification and saw that Sam posted this video. And I basically just had to stop, take my entire script, and just throw it in the garbage.
I do like that we got a little visual for that.
Because let's be honest here, if me and Sam are talking about the same thing, there's no way that my production can compare to the polish of one of Sam's videos. But at the same time, Sam's video just didn't sit right with me. In his video, he claims that the Egyptian gods are non-functional. And
Okay, a couple things here. First off, get behind me, Sam. Second off, that guy looks like me. Am I crazy? He looks like me, like a little older, right? That looks almost exactly like me, right? Am I crazy?
a deck of their own.
Okay,
With his
I'm glad
solution
everyone
being
else sees
Egyptian
it.
god-specific support that essentially just turns the deck into a cookie cutter of every other meta deck. And to me, this is almost like an admission that creative deck building just doesn't exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! If you need specific god support that tell you exactly how to play the deck to make gods functional, then what creative deck building is there? And
Yeah.
to be honest, if I didn't have my previous video planned out, I probably would have just agreed with Sam and not batted an eye. But that's not what happened, and I'm here to make the claim that you can make a functional deck without the need of hyper-specific Egyptian god support.
This is interesting because there already is hyper-specific Egyptian god support. It's just not very good.
If for whatever reason you haven't seen Sam's video yet, I'll put a link in the description below. You should definitely watch that first to get some context. It's a really well-written and well-produced video. And if you
That is cool. I'm not trying to lay into this guy, but it is funny to be like, it's a really, really well-written video 5 seconds after being like, I totally agree or disagree with this video.
already saw it or just got back from watching it, we're going to break my rebuttal down into 3 different sections. First, I want to define what it means to actually be a functional deck, and I think you'd be surprised that this question goes a lot deeper than you'd think. Next, we're going to identify the 3 pitfalls that Sam identified in the Egyptian god cards, and see how I attempted to overcome this in my own version of the deck. And then finally, I want to answer the question that I asked myself at the beginning of this project. Does healthy creative deck building exist in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yep, absolutely. People are doing crazy stuff in Genesis with Gray Layer.
Or have I just been gaslighting myself for 2 weeks? Let's jump right into this. And we need to start this off by defining what a functional deck actually is, which is a very subjective opinion. Sam, if you're somehow watching my tiny channel, feel free to correct me here because I don't want to put words in your mouth. But if I had to wager a guess, Sam's idea of functional is synonymous with competitive, since he spends most of his time in the competitive sphere of Yu-Gi-Oh! One of those mindsets where it's like, if it can't top 32 a regional, then it's not even worth looking at. And to that end, Sam would be right. There's no way Egyptian Gods could take a top 32 slot at a Philly regional with.
Although there are some regionals where they'd probably do fine. This is funny because the Sacred Beasts are quite good.
Without getting hyper-specific support. But to me, there's a difference between competitive and functional.
It's kind of unfortunate. It's like, yep, I disagree with Sam's conclusion because I disagree with one of the premises. Thank you.
When I think of a functional deck, I'm not thinking of its overall win rate against the meta, but instead I'm comparing it to itself. A functional deck is a deck that doesn't lose to itself. If you draw a 5-card hand with the deck and you're able to execute on the game plan if you go uninterrupted 8 times out of 10, then that's a functional deck.
Whew. That's rough. If you're uninterrupted and you draw 5 and 8 of those hands aren't bricks, it's functional.
A deck's ability to play through a large number of interrupts or break through a variety of
Where are you getting these posts? Yu-Gi-Oh! Memes 2.0.
game states isn't indicative of a deck's functionality. It's indicative of where it would go on the tier list. To me, a non-functional deck is a deck where you draw a hand of 5 cards, and more often than not, just need to pass without advancing your win condition, because it just lost to itself on draw phase. And I would like to think that.
Well, that's really unfortunate because that means that it's really easy to build a God card deck, right? You can just use the cards that say God card on them. Like, those decks have a game plan. It's just a very bad game plan.
That what I created, at the very least, was a functional deck. And don't get me wrong, it's not a good deck. The deck was able to get me from plat.
Oh my god.
Deck. And don't.
What is this one, man? I finally found it after 15 years, the Scroll of Truth. If you want to make the God cards viable, just make a new rule where you can put Divine Beast monsters in your extra deck.
Don't get me wrong, it's not a good deck. The deck was able to get me from Platinum to Diamond 3, where I just got hard stuck for the remainder of my playtesting. Also, side note, the reason I played so many games isn't because I thought the deck was good or fun. I was just trying to get my YouTuber clip of the God Finisher animations, and the amount of people who surrender at the start of the battle phase is astonishing. So I want to thank these 2 random people that I faced on ladder, Senjin and this guy whose name apparently Google translates to hissing meow, for being true Americans and taking your beatings in stride. Accepting your fate from an Egyptian god in a Japanese card game is the most American thing you could do. And before you tell me that you're not American, just remember that
every country in the world belongs.
This is rough. We're getting this because this person was a Magic player. I hope you all understand. If they'd been a part of the community for 15 years, they would know that we are sick of this one.
To America.
God, the obelisk win con
thank
looks
you for
so
your
good.
service, hissing meow. Moving on, Sam identifies 3 major pitfalls in the Egyptian gods. They need 3 tributes to summon them, they have almost no built-in protection, and there's no glue that holds the deck together. So let's start with how I approached overcoming these pitfalls, starting with the 3 tribute requirement. Well, kinda. You see, Ra's the only one that actually requires 3 tributes. Obelisk and Slifer can be special summons, but they leave play at the end of turn, which isn't a big deal if we're trying to make an OTK deck and there's not gonna be a next turn. But even then, there's ways to circumvent Ra's summoning condition, like with Sphere Mode. More importantly, the gods have this neat little card that Sam recognized, but he kinda glanced over. Soul Crossing. As a quick play
This card. It's actually impressive just how many ruling issues this card causes.
spell, this allows us to tribute our opponent's monsters and then immediately normal summon a Divine Beast monster. giving us a solid board breaking option and a solution to the 3 tribute cost. And my first question when building this deck was, are there more cards like Soul Crossing?
Yeah.
And yeah, there's actually a ton of them. And this starts to give
one
the
of
deck
them's
some
good.
direction, but I can't rely on RNGs just giving me a Soul Crossing or a spell card Soul Exchange in my opening hand. So let's try to take advantage of the fact that both Obelisk and Slifer can be special summoned. In fact, both Obelisk and Raw's support cards feel like they want to be used in a Reanimator strategy. Breaking the Ruin God is a straight up quick play Reanimate for Obelisk, and cards like the Revived
Well, this isn't going to do much in an OTK deck, but
Sky God's Graveyard effect basically reads add Monster Reborn to your hand.
it's actually pretty weird, though, because if you want a deck that is good and plays gods, there was a period of time when people were playing Tearlament with the Breaking Ruin Sky God. That deck was fucking awesome. I don't know if it was, like, good, but it was funny.
Even your ability to tutor Obelisk comes from Soul Energy Max's Graveyard effect. And it has this neat little interaction with rollback as well that gives you an alternate OTK line. Taking all this into consideration, I just
Oh, no. YGO Pro deck doesn't go back that far. Okay. This is a bad build, but it looked kind of like this. The idea was you would just spike a revived Sky God, or later they would cut like the trap tricks and just Curious into it. But you could spike a revived Sky God, and then like on your opponent's turn, bring back Slifer, which is a floodgate, and then draw 6. And then you could, on your when they did stuff, just have Nest now that you had 6 cards in hand.
decided to pull some inspiration from the Reasoning Azamina and the Reasoning Odeon decks. Similarly to those decks, if you hit on Reasoning, it's great, but you're really just using Reasoning as a way to mill cards from your deck. Best case scenario is you hit a Guardian Slime on Reasoning and it starts off the entire
And
raw
that deck did nothing that tier couldn't do better. Well, the idea was you were going over the top of the other tier decks by drawing more cards than them. Like, that format, it's like, and tier was better than that. It's like, yeah, tier was better than everything. Tier is tier. This was a tier deck.
package. But worst case, you still get a bunch of really important spell cards in your graveyard. And honestly, this worked well enough. It wasn't perfect, but against an opponent who overextended and put a bunch of monsters into play, this deck easily put out over 8,000 damage with the god cards alone. So now let's go through the next pitfall that the gods have, which is a lack of protection, which I think is more important if you're trying
Where are we getting these, man? Where are we getting these?
to stick the gods on the field for multiple turns or trying to push through a complex board state. And to a small degree, it does have some extra protection, like breaking the Ruin God gives Obelisk a little bit more protection, so it's harder to remove. It's not my main point here, but I do think it's worth bringing up when Sam mentions how they get removed by Mirror Force like 6 or 7 times.
How many times?
Also, genuine question for the people who have been playing this game for decades. Is Dies the Mirror Force a synonymous meme with Dies the Doomblade?
Yeah. Or like Nibiru. Or like Sphere Mode.
I'm genuinely curious right now because you brought up Mirror Force a lot, and it really just sounded like the Dies the Doomblade beam. But either way, I don't think the lack of protection is
That's
actually
a meme
a
from
deal
like
breaker.
2011, by the way. What the hell was that?
The gods are just massive meatballs that deal a lot of damage. Even in Sam's retrained version of the gods, the Egyptian god cards themselves really only acted as finishers. They exist to literally punch the opponent in the mouth. But there's other cards that we can use to clear the way for the god cards. The god cards don't need this crazy level of protection. Look at basically any going second blind OTK deck. They're generally using non-engine to break the board, and then just finishing the opponent off with whatever finisher they decided to pack in the deck. You can basically take that board breaking shell and slot in any engine that deals over 8,000 damage, and it'll work. Like, take Crystal Beast for example. They aren't called non-functional because their combo has no built-in protections. It's just considered to be not the best option when picking a blind second deck. But Sapphire Pegasus is still a one-card combo that ends in like 13,000 damage and overdrive shuffling the entire board back into the opponent's deck. It functions, it's just not great. But I think having a lack of protections is a lot less important when you aren't using the engines to push through interruptions and end boards.
This is interesting. I feel like we are, of course, really hung up on this definition, but that's because the definition is kind of like the entire video, right? The entire video is just an interrogation of this definition. And despite like the video being like 15 minutes long, it basically is, no, I understand what you mean by functional, I just disagree with what that should be called.
And instead only using those cards as your finisher. And finally, the last pitfall I want to bring up is that there's no glue that holds this deck together. And this is
an Ed's World meme. Do you guys remember Ed's World? Ed died. They're still Ed's World.
This is going to wrap us back to the main theme of the video as well. And like I said before, his solution is just a bunch of custom Egyptian god cards.
I'm going to be honest, that's going to happen.
And while yeah, it would work, it also railroads the player into playing Egyptian gods exactly the way that Sam's editor envisioned.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like, is this not also what the other god support does? When you say stuff like, oh, the Breaking Ruin god seems tailor-made for a Reanimator strategy, is that not them being like, play Obelisk and Reanimator, right? Seems like the exact same thing.
And obviously this idea does no favors for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Has no creative deck building stereotype. But when I look at it, I see that Yu-Gi-Oh! Does have a lot of freelancer cards and powerful non-engine that can help with this. I don't think
I'm excited to see the freelance cards and powerful non-engine.
Cards have to mention the Egyptian god cards to act as a glue that holds the deck together. And when people think of non-engine, they think of board breakers and hand traps. But there's so much more than that. There's so many little pieces of consistency in this game that
There's the card that searches the board breakers.
can basically just generically slot into any single deck. I really think non-engine choices can fit any number of deck building roles, not just that interruption and removal role. To show you what I mean, I think it's time to show you the full deck list of what I submitted to this deck building competition.
All right, what are we thinking?
Oh my god.
So there's a lot. There's a lot going on here. Am I crazy? Is this not just a bunch of blind second cards? And Hand Death made the cut. Let's see if we can figure out. Okay.
Oh my god. This is what? 3 obelisks.
It's a 10 for the 10 trade-in.
And is this deck good or gonna define the meta in any way?
Yes.
No,
What the fuck?
probably not. It honestly probably needs some more time to cook in the oven because I only had a week to build, playtest, and submit this deck. And it has obvious weaknesses that I didn't even bother to solve because I just ran out of time. Like, what if your opponent doesn't play 3 monsters? If they bricked, you brick. But to a degree, that was kind of by design.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you're going to lead, like, to me, a deck that can draw 5 cards and not lose to itself, you know, that's a deck that functions. It's like, how many hands in here are going to be like Super Poly, Solex, Ball, Purge? Like, what does that hand do, right?
When I envisioned this deck, I envisioned something that would punish players who overextend, and this does that beautifully. The glue that holds this deck together is non-archetypal deep draw engines, board breakers that can act as a way for me to discard cards I want in the graveyard, and redundant card effects so I can get multiple copies of the things that I want to find.
Yeah, I really, it's unfortunate. I feel like this is just a consequence of being like newer to the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, but this is I mean, this is tread territory. It's stuff that's already been done, right?
A lot of these deep drop.
I guess the analog would be like if we were like, has anyone thought about playing like Tarmogoyf with fetch lands? That's like an extra type.
On board breaker options were made with that in mind, so I could take advantage of cards like Guardian Slime, where it'll trigger if it's sent from the hand to the graveyard, giving more value to cards like Hand Destruction, Forbidden Droplet, Super Poly, etc. And I say etc. because I don't dare try to pronounce that word.
Tokusano Shinkyojin. I don't know, I think I fucked that up. This is a Peeps card, by the way. You wouldn't believe. You want to talk about creative deck building, you wouldn't believe what that motherfucker's doing with this card.
And like I said, it's not a great deck, but it works. It functions. And I think saying that the Egyptian gods can't function is a false positive when there's plenty of cards that exist in the game already that can bridge these gaps. It's just not cards that say Egyptian god on them.
I mean, that's the argument is when you say can't function, surely you recognize any shell could play like a bunch of blind second tools and then the minimum necessary number of guys to occasionally do the OTK. Like, look at Tenpai. You could just take all the Tenpai cards out and put in some obelisks and be done with it.
And there's no obvious one-card combo either. And the fact that at the very least I was able to hover around Diamond 3 instead of just shooting back to Diamond 5 is proof enough that you can make a functional deck without Konami needing to put out support that tells you exactly how you're supposed to play the deck. I don't think there's anything wrong with the glue that holds a deck together not coming from the deck's archetype. And like I said, I'm no deck building guru. This was my first attempt at actually building my own deck from the ground up, and I didn't have a lot.
You know, you see a bunch of Magic pratfalls in this too, like a significant amount of cards. It's just like Reborn's a good example. It's like, well, that's a powerful card. Card Des is a good example. He's like, well, I want to get cards from my hand into the graveyard, so I'm going to play Card Des, you know?
A lot of time. But if this goober, who has a 13-year gap in card knowledge, could make something that's at least functional, then imagine how much better it could be if a strong player like Sam or Jesse Cotton refined this kind of deck.
I mean, that would... he did that with Crystal Beast, and then people reacted the way that... that people in this chat are.
It wouldn't be defining the meta or topping a regional, but at the very least,
and he topped a YCS with it.
It's something cool that could work a little better than this, and give players that love the Egyptian gods something that functionally works. But now that I've built this deck...
It's actually kind of weird, because I'm pretty sure that's Jesse's entire model. The best new god card deck. Okay, well... Is there not a let's make this deck meta for the god cards? Uriah. He made one for each. Yeah, let's make raw meta. What does this look like?
Almighty protector of the sun and sky, I beg of thee.
Oh, he doesn't
please
show the
heed
list.
my
I forgot.
cry. Transform thyself from orb of light and bring me victory in this fight. I beseech thee, grace our humble game. But first I shall call out thy name, winged dragon of Ra. Every deck list.
There we go. I'll just find it in here. Deck lists are paywalled. Fuck!
I've play tested it and I've talked about it. It's time for me to answer the question that I asked myself at the start of this project. Does creative deck building actually exist in Yu-Gi-Oh? And based on the video so far, you'd assume that my answer is yes, right? Well, it's a complicated yes. I'm from a time in this game where creative deck building was not only rewarded, but it gave birth to some of the most infamous decks in Yu-Gi-Oh's history.
This is actually true. Okay, it is all coming together knowing that this person is a lapsed Yugist, not a new player. If you played in like 2010, your understanding of what a creative deck build would look like dwarfs what we would consider a creative deck build. I mean, he basically was like, I'm going to throw a bunch of going second staples in and just hope for the best. Whereas, you know, a deck like Vayu Turbo is a creative deck.
Decks like Teledad, Tengu Plant, and Dino Rabbit. And it doesn't take a genius to see that Konami moved away from this a long time ago. And nowadays, decks are comprised of small, self-contained packages that are called archetypes. And you can mix and match the archetypes, but you're generally only putting one or two of them together. And even sometimes with just one archetype, you put all of the archetypal cards into the deck, and it only leaves you with like 4 or 5 flex spots. It's nowhere close to a game like Magic the Gathering, where you can show me a legendary creature, and if you give... me an hour, I'll find a way to infinitely loop its effect.
Whoa, wait a minute. You think maybe there might be a panharmonicon involved? Commander player. Yes, creative deck building exists in Commander. For instance, my commander says whenever you would cast an instant or sorcery, instead cast it twice, and the rest of the deck is full of instants and sorceries.
Where modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically, without a doubt, has some of the least creative deck building I've seen in pretty much any card game.
Yeah,
but
that
doesn't mean the tools don't exist for you to cook up something wacky and fun. It's just heavily disincentivized by Konami. There's still enough freedom to where I can take a wacky idea like Blind Second God OTK and turn it into a reality. And even if it's not great, since the deck came together and was able to win games, then I feel obligated to say, yeah, there is still creative deck building in this game. But now the question is, how long will it remain in the game? Because obviously the idea...
I mean, if your standard for creative deck building is jamming the Go Second tools, I think it'll be around for a while.
The idea of creative deck building is slowly getting pushed out of the game by Konami. And I think what...
This is I think, approaching a good point. It is kind of frustrating that you just don't see the same type of interesting builds as you would in the past. I think the closest thing in modern, like, advanced Yu-Gi-Oh! I would say is, like, the things people are doing with Rolad, like the branded builds that are on like Branded Fusion, the Azumina builds. I think those are engaging.
I would like to see to help decks like this be more functional isn't a suite of hyper-specific support for that archetype, but instead a large number of freelancer cards.
Azumina one is engaging, well, not to play it, but as a thought experiment.
That can cover...
Josh's Runic Bestial sticks out to me. Honestly, one of the greats. One of the last people doing really creative deck building, and unfortunately, there's just not a lot of them like that.
For a wide range of roles in deck building,
hey,
cards that spark inspiration in all of the golden plat players when they see something come out that could actually potentially help their favorite rogue deck. Maybe something like Sekka's Light, where it rewards the player with a small consistency package.
I'm sorry, this just doesn't strike me as creative. These are cards that list the deck building restriction on them. Like a creative deck playing Sekka's Light is, I played Sekka's Light, and then every other card is a monster, right? It's like, well, yes, I like Block Dragon BA was pretty exciting, but that was also almost 10 years ago.
In return for some deck building concessions, the cards don't have to be broken, just enough to spark the people's imaginations when they read the card for the first time. And before I go, I'm just going to leave you guys with the reaction to the replay I submitted for this.
Did this person win, by the way?
Challenge. If you guys like this, be sure to like and subscribe. Each of you makes a huge impact on a small channel like me, and I couldn't thank you guys enough. Shout out to the channel supporters as well. This video actually wouldn't even exist without them, so huge shout out for our channel members today. I hope you...
Wait a minute, one of the people who's a channel member is also the person judging this. That's a clear conflict of interest.
You guys all have a beautiful and a wonderful day. Enjoy seeing what this deck could do, even if it's not the best. Love you guys. Bye.
Let's see.
Shit, they only ended on 2 monsters.
Alright, Vision. We're gonna discard Soul Crossing. We're gonna use Hand Destruction. We're gonna send Obelisk to the graveyard. That's on Imperm for SP. That was all the draw phase. Now, Monster
Need the third monster.
We can fake
Looks good.
the sphere mode. That's huge. Then we're getting obelisk.
That's lethal. Holly Sue.
What? What?
We have.
Oh, do we have too much stuff now? Let autoplay. That's it. It's an interesting. It is an interesting concept. Not to give my 2 cents on the matter. I don't think creative deck building exists in Yu-Gi-Oh in the same way it exists in Magic, and I think that's not a particularly controversial take. The existence of archetypes means that it is, you're picking from a pretty small pool when you're determining your playables, and non-engine has become so universally good and has to be good in so many matchups that there's really only maybe 50 or 100 of them that you're considering for any individual slot. I think there's more than people imagine. I think there is a lot of room for trying out cool techs and stuff, but the difference between trying out cool techs and like inventing a deck on your own is just night and day. And yeah, one of the reasons I appreciate Genesis is it feels like the power level is low enough you can still do something funny with like a couple of archetypes that have incidental synergy, like BES Crystron, right? Hi, Joseph. Do you truly, genuinely believe you deserve vocal cords? What? Did you get to the part where I said Ellie is just going to kill us this week? Folks, tune into to this weekend's Wonky Quartet. You can guess my first stop. I don't know. Were we still talking about Odyssey? Probably, right? The gift of speech is wasted on you. That's probably true. All right, let's take a short break for grandfather sandwich.
Oh, hello, welcome to Sandwiches of History. Today we're doing a sandwich of our history, specifically one sent in by Matt, who said his grandfather used to make this sandwich, and he makes it to this day himself. Let's make grandfather's sandwich. We kick things off with an onion bun onto which we put onion, cream cheese. Next,
okay, already I'm liking this.
We add on salami. He didn't say what kind or how much. I'm using a Genoa. And of course, fresh cut onions.
So onion bun, onion cream cheese, onions.
He uses sweet. I didn't have any sweet, so I'm using a white that I rinsed to kind of get it knocked down a little bit. By the way, because Matt has
That's it, I see.
Polish heritage, he calls this the Polish breath mint. Anyway, let's give grandfather's sandwich a go. Quite oniony.
Yeah, I would think so.
That's a lot of onions, but I like onions, so it's not bad. You get the cream cheese and the salami, and they're offsetting the onion a little bit. I do want to plus it up, and I think I want to try 3 different plus-ups.
Probably a sweet, a savory, and like the maybe the grilled cheese treatment. You toast the bagel. I'm gonna say like a mango chutney. I'm gonna say like a lighter deli meat, like a turkey, and then toasted.
On one,
oh wait, hold up. Scratch the turkey. Pickly pop of capers.
I'm gonna go even harder with some chopped up green onions. Woo!
Jesus Christ, dude.
On another, some Ruffles Simply Sea Salted potato chips.
Oh, that might be it.
Another tomato. Okay.
Okay, I was wrong all 3 times.
First up, let's give the grandfather sandwich plus up with a little tomato a go.
This one's gonna be good.
Now you've got that nice sweet tomato. Goes well with everything in here. The salami, the onion. Next up, let's try this grandfather sandwich plus up with Ruffles Simply Sea Salted potato chips. Getting that nice fried potato flavor. Going really well with the onions and cream cheese and even the salami. Last but not least, let's give the grandfather sandwich plus up with even more onion via green onions a go.
That one's gonna suck.
It does bring a different kind of onion flavor, which I like. Okay, so the original grandfather sandwich, or Polish breath mint, as Matt likes to say, that actually is not bad. I like onion. I can see how that might be a bit much, and it would definitely leave you with some nasty breath for the rest of the afternoon if you didn't brush your teeth. But flavor-wise, I thought it was pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and give it a 6.5. Plussed up with the tomato, 7. Plussed up with potato chips, 7. And plussed up with the green onions, 7. I think
7
any one
for
of
the
those
green onions?
is a good
Unbelievable.
combination, and I'm definitely going to finish
I don't like
those.
this sandwich.
Will I make this again?
No.
Probably. I've got more onion rolls and more onion cream cheese to get rid of, so why not? All right. See you tomorrow.
Mustard. Oh, mustard's a great one. All right, next up.
Alright, so in today's video, I wanted to share some of my new Yu-Gi-Oh! Banlist opinions and maybe hot takes.
This one's going to make me upset.
So I know I've been making a lot of videos about the ban list recently. Some people have really liked them and some people probably haven't. But hopefully this will be the last one for a while. I've been playing so much paper, physical, like in-person Yu-Gi-Oh! In the last year. Just a lot of regionals, a lot of like random case tournaments and sneak peeks and YCS events, and I was the NAWCQ. And it has really informed and sort of enforced my opinions that I have on the ban list. Because for a long time, I sort of just like watched Yu-Gi-Oh! More from the periphery for the last few years. But after deciding to kind of really sink my teeth into it, it has definitely given me some different opinions. I've gotten to talk to and meet a lot of like different top players and just like random players and judges and everything. And so I've kind of, I guess, galvanized everything into these thoughts that I've got in this notebook that I'm going to
Oh, fuck. He's opening the book.
just kind of read and go through everything. This isn't really like a ban list predictions video, but more like, I guess, just a ban list wish list-ish, sort of. I don't know. All right. So the first thing that I really don't like in ban lists as of late, and I don't think this is like a super controversial one, is I don't really like what I kind
All the banned cards. There will not be any banned cards on the next ban list.
of call rotation ban lists. By rotation ban lists, I mean, okay, a deck has been out for like 6 to maybe 9
The late, great Alex Simo would call these slaughter lists or crucifixion lists.
months, and it is just time to rotate it out in a very cyclical way. So the reason I don't like this is because, I guess it's like a couple of different reasons. The main thing is, of course, if you invest in a deck, whether that's, literally investing money in it, or you trade for it or whatever, you invest a lot of time into a deck, it kind of sucks to see that deck just get, like, literally just rotated out. Like, okay, it's hit its
It's totally irritating when this happens too, because for so long people were like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the only card game without rotation, and the secret is that we did have rotation the whole time. We secretly did have rotation. Before it was the ban lists, it was they would just print a new series of cards that were better than the previous ones. That's also rotation.
expiration date, time for Konami to hit everything. I think that it would be a lot better if decks could have a bit of a longer shelf life, and I also think that it can make for more interesting formats when strong decks, instead of being just rotated out, could instead be challenged by the presence of other strong decks. So a really good example of this is that the Justice Hunters format that kind of started around this time last year, I guess, with like K9 and Yummy and Draco Tail was really fun. A lot of people really liked it, and it lasted for 6, 9-ish months, I guess you could say. But then they kind of just hit everything, and all three of those decks have been severely nerfed. And right around the time that happened, Cool Tune got like Rotary and all of its like other new strong support.
Yep.
And I kind of just feel like this format right now that we're in, where Cool Tune just took like 7 out of the 8 top spots at nationals, and it's just sort of people are calling it like a tier 0 deck.
Whoa! It didn't take any spots at Genesis though.
I think that Cool Tune is certainly strong, but I don't think it's like the world's strongest deck that Yu-Gi-Oh's ever seen. And I think that it would have been really a lot more interesting to see Cool Tune have to actually contend with the presence of a full power or close to full power K9 and Draco Tail and Yummy. Not because I think that it would like be necessarily good to have all these strong, annoying decks in the format, but more like I think that if you had those all in the game at once, Cool Tune would not be as dominant. Like, I kind of
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously true. Cool Tune's a weird deck in that it feels like a tier 0 deck insofar as like tournament results, but it's not. Do this real quick. From post-set release Chaos Origins, 33% of top cuts. It is a beatable strategy. But I also think that the Jush decks would eat its lunch. Like an unhit a K9 Vanquish Soul, an unhit Draco Tail, an unhit Yummy would totally eat its lunch. It's just we never got those because they had already been sold.
It feels like they just sort of set the runway for Cool Tune to do well. And this isn't just like an isolated thing either. Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the years has always sort of had this thing where like, all right, enough time's passed, time to just shoo the top deck out of the picture. And like they'll usually start by like doing a couple slaps in the wrist, and then they'll do like the full thing. That's probably what's about to happen to Cool Tune right now. And I don't like it. I think that it would be really cool where
it is irritating that now we are in this this like cycle where a deck is over, like, way over the line in terms of power level as Cool Toon is now. There will be a list that like semi-limits Cool Toon Rico, limits JJ, limits Rotary, and then next ban list they'll like ban Mix or something.
Where when a deck is doing well, you introduce
it's like
strong competition.
you get the crazy version of the deck, then the semi-crazy version of the deck, and then they ban it.
To it, as opposed to just sort of like clear the way and then hit it when it's done, because that's what happened to K9 and all of that stuff. That's also what happened to like Ryzeal and Malice. And to be fair, I'm not like a huge fan of Ryzeal and
then Toon
Malice.
comes out, right?
There's like a limit to how strong maybe decks should be able to be. Like Malice is like super dominant, and so there's obviously like a point that has to be reached where a deck needs to get nerfed. So I'm not saying that like
I pray they never hit 3 Atori Mar. El Monado, I think you're gonna be fine. I don't think that anyone's coming for the whale. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think if you're playing an Aircraft right now, you are probably immune from a ban list discussion. Like maybe they will hit Shifter.
They shouldn't be hitting Cool Toon at all, or like they shouldn't have hit these other decks. But more like it's more interesting to see formats where decks can just sort of.
Sorry, just imagine you doing a TCG ban list prediction. I used to do them. They did okay. Maybe I'll bring them back. Here, you know what? Actually, I'll do one right now. Let me Hello, everybody. It's me, Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT. We're doing a ban list prediction. So first and foremost, no one knows what anything is going to be hit or unhit because Konami's a bunch of fucking idiots. Okay. I don't know. What do you want me to say? I don't even do the ban list predictions. I do the I would do the ban list wish lists because, you know, you really can't predict what's going to happen. Would anyone have predicted the K9 Noroi ban? Truly, would anyone have been able to be like, well, they're going to ban K9 Noroi and Gimmick Puppet Fantastics Machinex. They've got to hit exactly those two. Would anyone have been like, it's the second Herald that gets you, right? Oh my god. They have to hit Synchro Overtake. That's our Cool Toon hit.
Push each other stronger and develop counterplay, and like that way you get a.
Man, Noroi was such a crazy good stealth hit. What do you fucking mean? Noroi was a good hit in what sense? If their goal was to kill K9, that was a good hit, but so would any of the names have been.
Verse format, and also one where you don't just feel like it's all about, you know, the one threat. A continuation of that too is that I'm not really a big fan of ban lists hits that like hit decks consistency as opposed to actually changing what the deck can or can't do. So what I mean by that is, if you've been playing Master Duel, you've probably heard this sort of consistency ban list accusations, where basically like Master Duel used to, not as much anymore, but used to do this thing where it's like, okay, a deck is really strong, so we're gonna hit some of its good cards to like 2 combos.
It was to kill bridging any rank 5 into K9. Sorry, am I stupid? Can't you still do that? Here, I'm checking right now. Ripper is generic. Am I fucking crazy?
Copies. Maybe one of them will get hit to like 1. And so what ends up happening with those sorts of hits is that the top
No, I get it. If you don't use your normal, you can use Ripper to get Noroi and then you just do that shit. Or you can use the fucking Infinitrack guy to get an Earth Machine. I don't know, it's stupid. It's dumb.
Which I guess is like a good or meaningful nerf.
Noroi's hand peek was annoying.
It just means that it can still do all the same things that it could always do, just a little bit less consistently. So when you do lose to said top deck, it will look and feel.
That's why Memento K9 was a deck. Oh god, and we don't want that. Jesus Christ, you're telling me Train K9 and Memento K9 were decks? Jesus, we can't have that. We got to be playing Cool Toon. Fresh out of the box Cool Toon. Talk about creativity and deck building. Did you know they're playing Fraud Rallis Harmonia?
The same exact way. It just will kind of not happen as much. Now, to be fair, there are some times where like hitting a card from 3 to 1 can actually change literally like what a combo can do in certain cases. Like that happens a lot with Vanquish Soul when you move cards like Rosin to 1, for instance. But I think, like, generally speaking, I don't like looking at a ban list.
What a miserable hit that was.
Where the deck has just kind of been turned into Swiss cheese, where it's like, I remember with Ryzeal and Malice, for instance, they've just had to basically put like almost every single starter card to like 1 or 2, and it's like, if you're a new player, I think the optics of that aren't really very good, because you're like, oh, I like the Malice deck, but it turns out one of their Link monsters is banned, like 3 different starters of theirs are limited to 1, one of their
Does he pronounce raisin like rosin, like a bow? A lot of people pronounce him that way. It's not a Paul thing.
Their field spells limited to 2. It's just sort of like, it's not an archetype anymore. It's Swiss cheese. It's roadkill. There's nothing like left to say about it. It's not like a full deck that can be played. And this also kind of, I guess, goes into like a card design thing where it's like, if Konami sort of knows that they're going to be hitting these, if they know they're gonna have to hit a deck really, really hard in order to like bring it to an appropriate power level, maybe don't make it so powerful out the gate. And I get it. I know why they do this. They gotta like sell the next pack. But
yeah, but like that sucks. It sucks to be like, okay, we have the version of the format that sucks because one deck is really good. Then we have the version of the format where people are trying to figure out what the best deck is after the first deck has been nerfed, and it's probably still the first best deck, just a little less powerful. Then we have the third version that kills the deck because they just printed a new set that has a powerful deck in it, right?
It's just a little bit strange to me that, like, I look at K9, for instance. Again, I'm not a K9 fan. I don't really like have any opinion one way or another about the deck. But it's just strange that it's like, okay, you know, Neroy's banned, Case is at 1, Joe Cool's at 1. Like, what are we even doing at this point? Like, did you just make this deck just to hit it and like be done with it? Why not just make all those cards a little bit weaker out of R&D so that we didn't have to end up in this situation? Because they just got hit and then like Cool Tune just replaces it. Like, I don't really, I don't love things like that. We've seen that for many, many years in Yu-Gi-Oh! So I don't think it's anything that's going to really change. But it is something that I would like it if maybe Konami could even just slightly rein that in a little bit. It would be really nice. Okay, the next thing.
Yeah, agreed, of course. I'm gonna do it like the train guy. 100% agree.
That I feel like the ban list should really be focusing on a lot more than it sort of does, but like I'd like to see even more focus on, is really just hitting floodgates. Like, that's not, again...
Man, that like half ban list they did that just came out of nowhere and hit like 9 floodgates, that was like the best received ban list in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just keep doing that.
And like a super new novel like opinion
keep doing
or anything.
That. Do that some more.
But basically, what happens with floodgates in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that a lot of cards kind of just slip through the cracks, I feel. And
hey, can you think of maybe a card that's currently slipping through the cracks? That's about to expose a very large crack?
I don't know, like I have hunches as to why Konami does this. So I'm talking about cards like Dimensional Fissure, like Mistaken Arrest, and this even gets into my whole thing about like the side deck as a concept, but I'll talk about that maybe in a more detail in a later video, although I've said why I don't like the side deck. But I don't think that like floodgates are really very fun for anybody. They certainly, I think at the local level, there are a lot of people who are kind of on the more casual end, or maybe who don't like play as much, where they see floodgates as kind of a way to like counter the meta, right? Like
Okay, so you see people playing like Spell Canceller and they're like, do you think any of these people are like, I've countered the meta. I've found out that spell cards are good. What are you, a genius?
Can run Dimensional Fissure, or maybe try to flip up a TC Boo or something, like, use a Dimensional Barrier back when that was legal, or like maybe it can play like a Dimension Shifter and like stop a meta deck. And it can maybe sort of work, you can steal a game with it. But at the end of the day, I have played so many games where I just feel like I have simply stolen wins.
I can't take TC Boo seriously. It's Teak Boo, come on.
By playing a good or competent deck. Like, I'm not playing like something super rogue, but just because, ooh, cool, sunset happening here. But because like I decided in Dimensional Fissure, I just got a free win against people. Like, I'm deciding in Dimensional Fissure, I'm going first. It just doesn't really feel very fair. And the same thing has happened to me. And I think that those cards just create like these very uninteresting non-games that just aren't, like, I don't know. I don't think that they really have very much competitive integrity. And a continuation of that is that there are a lot of like cards that, like, I guess I mentioned like slipping through the cracks. Things like Nishiria Rose Whip, that getting banned was like a good idea.
Oh my god, but the fact that it was ever legal.
There are plenty more cards like that. I think that like the barrier statues, I think that the Amorphage cards that have been popping up in the Power Patron deck, right?
Oh my god. There's so many of these that are so predictable too, like that we knew were going to immediately be a problem. It's crazy that they don't like in advance hit these cards. The Amorphage stuff is just unthinkable. It's like, what did you expect, man?
Right, like Amorphage, like it's like Lechery and Sloth and all of that stuff, where it's just like your opponent can't use spells, or your opponent can't.
What's the worst Amorphage they play? Amorphage War?
Like summon at all. Whatever, like all those cards. I think get them out proactively. I think they
good.
Don't wait
Yes,
for them to
correct.
ruin a whole format. I remember the October 2025 list, the October list last year, where like they had to hit a bunch of this stuff, a bunch of barrier statues, Fossil Dyna, Artifact Mjolnir, Arch Nemesis, like Protos or whatever. All those cards that handle the Evil Swarm thing. Like, hit that stuff very preemptively. Konami sometimes tends to like let these
But Joseph, what about Naturia pet deckers? Why should they be hitting the crossfire? They should be hit more.
things sort of just ride and like ruin a format. Don't bother with that. There's some archetypes where like half their cards function that way. I hate to say it, but like Naturia, Ice
There it is.
Morphage, like a lot of their cards are just sort of like, yeah, people just can't do anything. And they're just, the archetypes aren't really amazing, but they're just sort of like waiting.
The big sideboard tech thing I've seen Azamina Rolad do is Pharaonic Advent for anti-spell or macro. It's so penis. Dimax ass tech, but yes, it is seeing play. Didn't it happen on camera? Am I crazy? Didn't it happen on camera at one of the most recent YCSs? That someone went Pharaonic Advent, grab a floodgate.
To be abused, waiting for a deck to come out where it's like, oh, Cool Tune Q can just summon Rosewhip from the deck, or
Stun
just things like that, or
6/7,
some deck can use like the Queen Query rank 5 to like summon back a Spell
Fuck that
Canceller.
fucking card, man. Spell Canceller is gonna go. It will go. It will get banned. Imperial Princess Kinkieri also has to go. A second, like, it also has to get banned.
Lock the opponent out, and it's just kind of like, those cards are mostly old, and no one actually really plays those decks, really. So just ban the cards like the moment that you know that they're an issue. I fear for why things like even Cannon Soldier are like sometimes still allowed to exist, but whatever. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think that like Floodgates first and foremost are like my real hot button thing. I honestly would prefer more of those cards get banned than archetypes getting like sliced up and turned into road
Protect code is
like
going to go, or Firewall, ideally
once an
both.
archetype sticks around for like
the Firewall Dragon.
Like over a year, I get it. Like people are kind of just, it's long in the tooth. People want to see something new, and you can start to like kind of slap it on the wrist. But I'd really rather players get to be the ones who dictate how formats go, as opposed to just Konami telling you how the format's going to go. So
Protect Code Talker is so funny.
And
it's like, what if
also,
3
last,
plus
like,
1 was
major,
7?
I guess there's like maybe two or three more things. I'll try to go quick.
Right.
The next thing is that I think the player going first does not need any more help. So in my last video about this, I talked about, I think Called by the Grave and Cross-Line Designator could probably just afford to get banned, and I stand by that opinion. I know.
Oh my god, and the comments roasted him alive. I don't know if you all were here when we watched this video, but the comments were like, Paul, you're absolutely wrong. These freaking hand trap meta slaves need a counter in Called by the Grave. It's like, what is your problem?
That there are people who maybe play.
Boo-hoo, did someone get addicted to being uninterrupted? You're going first. You don't get to complain about anything.
What they consider to be like a rogue deck or a low tier deck, and they like Called by the Grave because it stops their opponent from ashing them, and one ash is all it takes to usually beat some tier 7 rogue deck. And so it's easy to get this kind of perspective that like Called by the Grave.
The problem is the good decks can also play those cards. There is a world in which you could assign cards individual points so the good decks can't play them and the bad decks can. That's a really great way to get yesterday's gameplay with today's cards.
It was a necessary thing, and you need it to stop all the evil hand traps. The thing is, though, is that when an actual top tier deck that is very consistent, has many extenders, when it has access to Called by the Grave, it will completely blow you out. And
yes.
I think the more that you compete and see how like the win rates for going first in this game are obscenely high, I just think that like going first doesn't really need like any.
How's it going? How's it going right now? Is that going good? Yes, Genesis is great.
I think like going second, if anything, needs some buffs, and like I kind of want to make a separate video on like the whole state of like going second in Yu-Gi-Oh, because it's a thing. But yeah, so like cards like that I think could go. I still don't know exactly where I land on stuff like Ash Blossom and Droll and Lockbird yet. I know those are hot button issues, and I don't really know if I have like an answer for myself like as to what I think of them. Like right now, I don't think that they are so game warpingly bad, but like I see how for the person going first, they are still just powerful tools that they can use to lock the opponent out. So it's giving me at least an increased appreciation for mulch armies because they're made pretty much entirely in the service of the person who goes second. But again, I will talk more about all the going second stuff, I think, in another video. I just wanted to mention that it's kind of been on my mind with these ban lists. Another thing that I've kind of been thinking about with the ban list too, and you can tell from my recent vids, is I think a lot of cards, like old Yu-Gi-Oh cards, can just come off the ban list. Like, I know that people have these traumas and these nightmares and like these things they've heard from when they...
This one's a little interesting because I think it doesn't jive well with the previous point, right? So he's like, you need to be a lot more proactive with cards that are going to create a negative play pattern when they are relevant. But it's my experience that a significant amount of the cards that can come off the ban list are not powerful enough to remain on the ban list, but if they ever saw play, would create an unfun play pattern. Like, there's no real reason for like Broad Bull's a good one. There's no real, like, Broad Bull apparently could come back, but it would create a negative play pattern as seen on fucking Master Duel. Probably you could bring back Cyberstein. Usually it's not going to do anything, but when it does do something, it'll be annoying.
First got into Yu-Gi-Oh about like why Mirage of Nightmare or whatever is just like this unthinkable card, or like Sixth Sense is this like it's going to be so powerful and do
Protoss is a great example. Protoss is a great example where it's like, oh, but only Sword Soul can play it. It's like, okay, well, if anyone else can ever play it, it'll be irritating.
Understand, I really do, but I think that the people who feel that way need to like kind of get out and really like play more modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the thing with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you quickly realize these decks are designed in such an efficient and like high-powered way that they would never for a second consider running something like Premature Burial or Metamorphosis or any of these old cards.
Fuck you? Excuse me? As a fairy tale duelist,
because decks, like if they need a card in the grave, they'll get it in the grave. If they need to reborn a card, they'll revive it itself in archetype with a quick play spell. It has 2 other effects and a graveyard thing. It can be searched, and it's like they don't need all this. Like all these ban cards won't make a difference. So I know that like that's something where you just have to like take my word for it.
It's not even that good in Fairy Tail,
more
though.
Yu-Gi-Oh, you will begin to realize these cards just, I don't think a lot of them will make much of a difference. I think that similar things can be said of stuff on the limited list. I've talked about all that in my last few videos, so you can watch those for more information, but I just wanted to put that out there. And then my last thought on Banlist is that I think that we kind of, it's hard to say this exactly, but like, I think that we kind of could use fewer ban lists, or like something like that. What I guess I mean is that I noticed that players have almost started to see the ban list as this like this holiday, right? Like it's this exciting thing. It's been 3 months. It's time for the next ban list. What are they going to do? I'm tired of seeing this deck. They need to hit it. And like I get where people are coming from. Like formats can get a little dull or a little boring, or maybe you're tired of seeing the strong thing. But I guess when I zoom out on that, I see it as like Konami's always going to have a strong, powerful new deck, and you will always eventually get tired of that deck. So I don't think that like hoping for a ban list to come really fast really it has much benefit. I think the ban list should be like more in service of getting rid of like the October one from last year, where it's like getting rid of truly like, okay, these are just uninteractive, non-engine, degenerate little turn deciding things, little floodgates and whatever. That stuff, yeah, I think like if that's become an issue, like there's a sudden FTK that's popped up, quickly hit that. But I think that otherwise it is better to leave more power in the hands of the players to figure formats out, give them time to figure out how to beat the top decks, give them tools to defeat the top decks, but don't just like rotate literally like, the revolving door.
This is a really tough one. So I think I agree in theory. The fact that the powerful decks get rotated out so quickly these days means that there's not a lot of incentive to come up with like a capital M meta breaker unless you want to like dominate an event in which you think it has a clear one of the best decks has a clear exploitable weakness. But at the same time, decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are so comprehensive. They do so much fucking everything. Like, I don't think if we had more time in Cool Toon format, it would be discovered that Cool Toon is actually tier 3.
Of new decks, because all that is just telling us we just have to like keep buying the new thing, keep buying the new thing. I think people wouldn't mind buying the new thing, but it should still feel as though the new thing has competition, right? Like, it just goes back to my Cool Toon example. I think that Cool Toon...
The other thing is like, this is neither here nor there, but give players enough time to figure out the meta rings a little more hollow when the metas don't last 3 months. They last 3 months with the advantage of 6 months of gameplay we can scrub from the OCG. There's already been development. We can steal it.
Would have been a really interesting, strong, high-tier deck, but in the presence of a full-powered Draco Tail and a full-powered K9 and a full-powered Yummy...
Like, it would be cool if... Oh, okay, 10 Tech Priest, literally exactly the same. But it would be cool to be like, oh, it took us some time to discover this deck, but like, mostly we already have them discovered.
You really think Cool Toon was going to be like the, indisputable best deck in the game? It'd probably just have to like kind of share the crown with a bunch of others, and that's okay. Like I think that kind of makes for more diversity. It makes for your purchase going a little bit longer, like when you invest in a deck. And I don't know, it just gives decks a longer shelf life. I think it like also encourages players to find answers on their own and not just sort of ask Konami for the magic medicine that will make everything better. Because, spoiler, if you feel like your rogue deck isn't doing well and it always loses to Cool Toon or it always loses to whatever the good deck in the room is, the ban list is
then you're like, oh, the ban list is going to save it. And then Konami goes, we've printed Cool Toon 2 in the next deck.
Change that, right? Like, that could be a skill issue. That could be something where, like, you need to be playing better cards or improving your deck or, like, literally improving your play or whatever. And if none of those things work, then even then, Konami will just make another good, strong deck that will be modern and better than whatever thing that you were playing that is, like, older and lower tier. So the ban list isn't, like, this magic solution to just... I'm tired of seeing like the current archetype. I think that the ban list should really stand as more of a like an example of like failures in card design. Like failure, like so that's where like kind of the floodgates, the spell canceller, the morphage things, those exploitative cards. That's kind of more what I think should be on the ban list as opposed to just archetypes. Okay, yeah, so that's pretty much it. Those are my thoughts. I don't know. I'm always hesitant to call these like hot takes. I don't even think that these are like
these are pretty understandable.
Terribly controversial to people who like just compete and like play the game a lot, but they can certainly like ruffle some feathers depending. I'm more than happy to hear what people have to say about it though, and talk about it with you all down below in the comments. Like I said, I will probably make another video about the whole going second dilemma because I think that's like another thing Yu-Gi-Oh's got to deal with. And I'd also maybe like to talk a bit more about Genesis as well, because that seems like that's in a bit of a state. Let me know if you guys like these sorts of videos. I know I've talked a lot about the ban list lately, and it's probably run some people up the wall because people get heated about this stuff. Remember, I don't work at Konami. I don't influence these ban lists. They don't care what I think. So if you disagree with my opinions, you can still be respectful. And remember, it's not like they're going to like magically happen tomorrow. All right, cool. That's going to be it. Thumbs up the video if you liked it. Subs if you loved it. I will see y'all in the next one. Fast turn.
I'm trying to find someone whining about Called by the Grave again. I think with Premature Burial, the reason it is still banned is because of the last sentence, when this card is destroyed, destroy the equipped monster. So if it's returned to the hand, the monster doesn't get destroyed since Premature Burial isn't destroyed. But the ruling on that for me is unclear. I remember watching an old Duel Monster World Cup ep. Joey used Premature Burial to revive Goblin Attack Force and then Giant Trunade to return all spells and traps. The Goblin Attack Force remained on the field to win him the duel. About Called by the Grave. My opinion is the same as the YouTuber who made a 2-hour-long-ass video. Called by the Grave is fine because it can be used in an interesting way even if hand traps did not exist, so for me, hand traps are the one who should be banned. But generally speaking, this game needs a reboot because it's broken to the point you can't fix without disabilitating nearly every deck. There we go. The Banlist is not a game design tool used by Konami to promote good or interesting play, subjective. It's a marketing tool used to sell new product. Correct. Who's that disabilitating streamer who made the 2-hour video? Called by the Grave. I want to see what that looks like. Long. Should Called by the Grave be banned? 40 minutes. And I'm looking for the 2-hour one. If any of you find this, please tell me. Oh, this is good too. He spent 10 years in prison and came out a genius. The story they don't want you to hear. This is bedtime stories for grown-ups.
The wind moaned across the sleeping town as Alara Vance stepped from the train, her breath clouding in the lamplight. The night was colorless.
The night was colorless. A smear of gray and ghost blue, and yet something in it pulsed. No thanks. I thought it was Chloe. Maybe not. All right, last one. Let's do the new Sam video. How a 12-year-old Prodigy became Yu-Gi-Oh's greatest player ever. I have to imagine this is a video about me.
Engaged in an activity, you see this potential. You don't know if you're being biased, but there's always something more that is very strategic, analytical. He's just naturally very good at games.
A few times a year, in a different city, thousands of people gather in one room to play Yu-Gi-Oh! They fly in from all over the world, and a lot of them are the best players alive. People who have been grinding this game for years.
Okay, someone's going to have to explain to me the hat. Does Lucas Sacco have merch that says homeless with a line through it? How do I get the Lucas Sacco homeless hat? Can I purchase it somewhere? Is it available? Did I throw the YCS finals?
Hey.
Homeless merch is live. 50% of all profits are donated toward Family Promise. Oh, it's a homeless charity. I thought he hated the homeless. Dude, I have to get the hat. This is like the most obvious buy of all time. Dude, I can get it in any color. What color do you think? Oh, I didn't realize there was shading on it. Okay, so blue, it's probably blue then. Oh, I really like a khaki hat, though. I don't have a nice khaki hat. You know what? It still looks fine. Easy pink. I already have a pink hat.
And most of them are going to lose, because winning even one of these is about the hardest thing you can do in this game. Thousands of people, 9+ rounds, and one bad hand and one misplay can send you right home. So when I say most pros never win a single one, I'm including the famous ones, the legends, and a lot of them have a whole career full of
He said that, and so far he showed 2 pros that have won a YCS.
calls and 0 YCS trophies. This guy won 9 of them. So this is the story of how a 12-year-old kid.
It's so funny that at 12, that's still obviously Jesse Cotton. Like, I could pick him out in a lineup.
Grew up and took over Yu-Gi-Oh! Completely. His name is Jesse Cotton. He's Canadian from around Toronto, born at the tail end of 1999. So he basically grew up the same time as the game did. Now, if you don't play this game, you're probably picturing kids trading cards at recess. Competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Is nothing like that. Walk into one of these rooms and it's mostly adults.
Oh, this is for normies. I mean, I'm still gonna watch the shit out of it, but this is one of those ones with mass appeal.
People who've been studying this game for 5, 10 plus years. Back then to the mid-2000s and early 2010s, the game was stupidly expensive. A good competitive deck could run you into the thousands of dollars. And
how much was Dad? It was, well, if you're playing the Crush card, it was thousands for sure.
The rules get complicated.
Learning Jesse was almost 5 years younger than me was old. Finding out Jesse was as young as he is a real blackpilling moment, because it means you could be good at Yu-Gi-Oh! You're just not. The other thing it's a blackpilling moment about is knowing that a Zoomer has his music taste. Like, I thought Jesse was like 45 years old because of the shit he listens to. But no, he's like 19.
In a way most people don't expect. There are stuff that isn't written down in the rulebooks. The point is, at the top level, Yu-Gi-Oh! Stopped being a kid's game a long time ago, which is what makes 2012 kind of ridiculous. At these events, there's a junior bracket for youngest players called the Dragon Duel, and at YCS Long Beach...
Dude, that guy on the left,
in 2012,
he looks pretty good. He should maybe try and win another YCS. Maybe even the most recent YCS.
a 12-year-old Jesse Khan won it on Dino Rabbit, a deck built around something powerful seas monsters like Lagia and Dolka. A kid winning the kids brackets on its own, that's a nice trophy and a photo on the wall. Talented kids win junior events all the time. The real question is what happens to those kids afterwards? And the reality
they die.
Is most of them disappear. Every competitive scene has these kids. The one who was way too good for his age, who everybody swore was going pro, and then a couple years go by and you just never hear the name again.
That's interesting, though. There have been a lot of success stories out of Dragon Duel of late. Obviously, Charlie, Ryan, Jesse.
Prodigy doesn't promise you anything.
He spent a lot of time at that age, we would say, air dueling. You'd see him, we actually back onto the school, and would look out the window to the playground, and we'd see Jesse almost like talking to himself, going through some TV show, imagining he is dueling, he put a little duel disc on his arm. I think a lot of his friends couldn't keep up with him.
Kids play games, Jesse...
That's hilarious. Wait, what the fuck? They got Dale Bolito for this video? Excuse me?
Was like solving puzzles at a young age, and I saw that. One memory when he beats Lazaro for like the first time, and Lazaro was like unbeatable. Lazaro comes back, that guy lost to Jesse. I was like, unreal. I can remember it.
Everybody who played him back then describes it the same way. He wasn't good for a 12-year-old, so nobody around him was doubting the talent. The talent was obviously there. The open question was the one that gets almost every one of these kids: did he actually turn into something real? And he didn't. Not right away. That part gets forgotten. The Jesse Khan who ends up rewriting the record books does not show up fully formed. He grinds his way there. Once he ages out of Dragon Duel, the cutoff is 12. He started entering YC's main events, which are mostly adults. And at first, he does what a talented teenager does. He hangs around the top without quite breaking through. He came third in YC's Toronto in 2015.
That counts as not breaking through? Third place at YCS Toronto? I guess there's a 4-year period in between is what he's talking about.
And top 16 the year after.
Third place by Jesse Cotton, top 16.
2015, I want to say Burning Abyss format. He was starting to come into his own, get his tops, not convert on the tournament. He already won a few Dragon Duels at the time. When Jesse started shaping the meta, during like the Patrick Hoban run, when he started to think about different strategies, like not meta decks were there, but Jesse...
When did you last get third place, Joseph? Locals?
He was always playing a little bit different, and I knew he would crack it soon.
YCS
I don't know if
locals?
my timeline is right, and I don't know if you can recall anyone from between Lazaro to Jesse that you could say was the best Canadian player of all time.
And for someone that young, fresh out of the kids bracket, that's really impressive. It's insanely good, solid result.
And it's crazy, like, just like Lazaro, you know, Jesse has now passed the torch to the best Canadian player, Team Samurai X1. I'm just kidding. It's Distant Coder, who actually just won a YCS.
But nothing that breaks history just yet. Then in 2017, when he's only 17 years old, he flies all the way to England and wins YCS London.
And there we have Jesse Cotton, your YCS London 2017.
Was this the tournament where he did it to that kid?
Winner.
Use a popular deck called Spiral.
He was trying to figure out what to play, and I was like, no, just play that deck. If
No,
you're better
okay.
than anybody with that deck, play. If you're the best pilot with that deck, play that deck.
And what's really interesting about his deck is that Jesse built it to go second.
So my theory was, I have all the hand traps, and I'm going to choose to go second every game one, and that way I can stop.
Pro Play Games Ultra Pro. What the fuck is this? Pro Play Games Ultra Pro?
Their plays and then make my own play.
Sponsored Team 2017.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game that whoever...
I gotta ask Jesse about his time on Pro Play Games Ultra Pro team. That format was really fucked too. That was probably the way to play that deck blind second. It was like the dangers were so good. The board breaking was just unbelievable in that strategy. Fuck, that was a bad format.
wins the Dairo usually goes first. And when you go first, you have a higher percentage of
people
actually
trying
winning.
to frame that as problematic recently. Wait, to frame what as problematic? That Jesse was a PPG sponsored player? Who was trying to frame that as problematic? 17-year-old guy. Oh, the Jesse FTK'd that kid. I see. All right. Yeah, I would frame it as problematic. I think it's like pretty embarrassing.
When you win
That's grooming. I agree.
Dairo. But Jesse, don't
you guys should watch the new Vrains Abridged. It's a plot point that the Lost Incident actually refers to the match fixing that made Jesse fight that kid.
strategy solely to go second. So he played a go second spiral strategy and won. This is the first major championship of his life. Isn't that crazy?
Just watching him play with that, like obviously I played against him, and it's almost frustrating. He sees plays 5 turns down that I didn't even imagine.
This is kind of irritating. The times I've played against Jesse, I'm like, you just got a game sense that's really, really hard to come by.
Damn it, man. You think he's losing and then suddenly he'll beat you because he's thought 5 steps ahead of you?
And the same year, he qualifies for the World Championship through the ranking system. And guys, he earned his seat the hard way, piling up World qualifying points by traveling to basically every official Konami event on the calendar between regionals and YCS.
World's points, bro.
Stops. He was everywhere that year just to lock an invite, and he finished ranked #1 in all of Canada. And guys, he does the same thing again in 2018. This time, through the World qualifying points, he ranked 1st in North America. And at the World Championship in 2018 in Japan, he made it to top 8 using his Goki strategy.
Yeah, I went undefeated in Swiss, and then I played somebody who I just beat in top 8.
The first Worlds that he qualified for, he wasn't quite 16 yet. So when they sent him off to Japan, Konami actually paid for me as his guardian to go along, and it was.
That's so funny. That's crazy to think about.
Soul destroying because the first night Konami put on this welcome event, and they tell they go over, I call it a welcoming ceremony. Yeah. And I'm a vegetarian, or I mean I'll eat meat, but I prefer the vegetarian lifestyle, and I really don't like seafood. Somehow the only person that didn't eat the meat or the fish got sick in Japan. I landed up on the day of the event in Merge, puking my guts out, uncontrollable, getting an MRI, not knowing what's wrong with me, and here we are at this milestone event after all these years, and getting to Worlds, winning Worlds was always the benchmark for the ultimate experience.
And here's a fun fact.
Has Jesse won Worlds? He's won like Master Duel Worlds. Has he won the real Worlds? Genesis?
You guys have been a fan. You guys might have known that I've been to the World Championship in 2018, and I was able to see Jesse compete in real time. And if you guys haven't seen my vlogs, 2018 was the first year I actually ever went to Worlds as Gabe's Vargas parental guardian. It was just crazy because during the time.
Okay, wait. He has just totally buried the lead here. What the fuck? He went to Worlds in 2018 as Gabe Vargas's parental guardian? You didn't know that? No! Did I just miss this? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, here, talk more about that.
Gabe was only 17 years old, right? So he asked me to go as his parental guardian.
So I have to pretend to be his dad and be responsible to make sure that this guy's not lost, not doing
when you go to Worlds, who will be your guardian? I'm Monk.
Drugs, not cheating in Yu-Gi-Oh!
I was a good guardian, I swear on my life. And I was able to, take care of Gabe and stuff like that. And I was able to see Jesse, Ryan, Gabe.
The vlog where Sam is homophobic. Well, now I've got to see it. Wait, young Billy Brake. He actually looks exactly the same as old Billy Brake.
All of them compete in real time, and it was one of the most amazing experiences ever. As you guys see on the screen, this was me literally like 8 years ago. So I have a really good memory, and honestly, when I was at Worlds, I was able to appreciate Jesse's dominance at such a young age in real time, which was incredible. And that's just the story on how I cheated my way to Worlds. I was able to post amazing experience, but take care of Gabe and stuff like that. And I was able to see Jesse.
Who is that on the right? Who is that guy? Okay, so I can see Ryan Yu is right above my head, and this is Charlie right over here. Who's this guy?
See Ryan, Gabe, all of them compete in real time, and it was one of the most amazing experiences ever. As you guys see on the screen, this was me literally like 8 years ago. So I have a really good memory, and honestly, when I was at Worlds, I was able to appreciate Jesse's dominance at such a young age in real time, which was incredible. And that's just the story on how I cheated my way to Worlds, not as a player, but as a parent. And guys, in 2019, for the 3rd straight year, Jesse qualifies for the World Championship again. But in 2019, the qualifying rules were different. Konami made it that the top 16 players in the point system played in a single elimination tournament. And
the point playoff. Okay, I will tell you this about the point playoff. It is way more cinematic. It's fun as fuck to watch. But boy, I would be mad about it if I was trying to qualify that way. Holy shit. I think probably the way they should do it, I think, and this is just me talking out of my ass, the people who consistently make the point playoff would have a better understanding than I do. But it just seems like the way that should do it is like the first place auto quals, and then they play a bracket for the second place.
The top 2 in that single elimination tournament gets their invite for Worlds. So now top 16 players with the most points in North America have to compete in a single elimination match. And guess what? Jesse ended up winning the whole thing. He finished the entire single elimination tournament going undefeated, playing Sky Striker.
Playing double nothing.
That's awesome, by the way, for him to be like, That's right. He won the entire single elimination tournament undefeated. It's like, yeah, I mean, how else would he? I know this convention center, by the way. This is a fucked ass convention center.
Utopia package, Sky Striker deck. One of the most insane matches I've played in my life.
This kid went to Worlds 3 straight years in a row. This ain't no ordinary kid. I've been playing this game since 2012, and I've been to Worlds 0 times. This is insane, and most of you expect the story to slow down from there. But guess what? That's just only the beginning. What happens over the next few years is stranger, and honestly...
Sam's about to go to Worlds. Am I crazy? Sam's going this year. Well, no, he's not anymore because Jesse and Pac raffled off that third slot.
More impressive. He quietly becomes one of the most consistent player the game has ever seen. I want
quietly becomes. It's like, it's crazy famous.
you guys to look at this stretch. YCS Sydney, Pasadena, Niagara Falls, second place again, another second.
Is coming second really losing? I mean, it is losing because people only really remember your wins. Still an unbelievable achievement. Thousands of people enter to get to the final, and he's done it so many times.
So many times.
That's not luck. That's not luck.
And if you wanted to roast him a little, you can turn this into a sad story. He keeps making it to the finals and keeps on losing. That's not really what's happening. Getting to a YCS final at all is one of the hardest things.
I think about this match all the time, man. This was a hinge point for me, dog. Fuck. Dude, me and Alex, and it was Alex and Eminon had like a testing Ouroboros and just bounced off each other over and over. And then every so often, I, who was on like not tier for this event, would come in and find out they were like 15 steps advanced in tier theory. This was such a fun event to play.
There is to do in this game. Most professionals never reach a single one. Their entire career, most players can't even see the finals. Jesse's has been to 16 YCS finals, and that is more finals in the history of this game. And across every premier event other than YCS,
hey, it's Steve Kangas.
Jesse Con has made it to 20. Guys, just let it sink in for a moment. 16 finals. Imagine it's your first tournament ever, okay?
But no, this is my first tournament.
And you have to sit across this guy, Jesse Con, the man who's always in the finals. You might as well just pack your bags and go home, because Jesse Con does not go easy on anybody. Look what
you put the kid in here. Come on, Matthew Tombstone. Don't make him do this.
he did to this 10-year-old guys. He sent this kid home. So for someone who's been to the finals 16 times, that's not choking. That's a guy standing at the last table of the hardest tournament in the game year after year, city after city, while everyone else watches from the side of the room. The losses were never the real headline. The headline was that he was always there, always in the finals. And then around the end of 2022, something crazy happened. Between November 2022 and September 2023, about 9 months, Jesse won 3 YCS championships. Most pros never win one of these in their lifetime. Jesse won 3 championships in the span of 9 months. Nobody in the history of the game has ever won that fast.
That's not true, is it? 3 in 9 months? Billy? That's what I was thinking. Billy had good runs. Triff had a crazy run. I think that was only 2, though. Paulo had a crazy run, but that included a UDE. Didn't like Christian Urena win like 5 during Snake Eye season?
People call your son the greatest to ever play. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I'm proud of him. It's fantastic. I mean, what's not to appreciate and enjoy?
And he doesn't cool off after that. He just keeps on winning. He becomes the first player to ever hit 7 YCS titles. Then he passes himself by getting 8 wins and then passes his own record again and gets the 9th win. And
that's where he is here, right?
He's still the only player who's ever gone past 7. The next closest is Kamal Crooks at 7 YCS wins. And
Kamal has 7? Doesn't...
every other huge name in the game's history falls somewhere behind Jesse. What
is that true? I thought there was someone else at 7.
really gets me is that he keeps winning in a game that constantly changes.
And I remember he went through a bit of a patch where he wasn't really enjoying the format, and he, other elements of work on his mind, and people were so quick to say his wash. Like, what are you talking about? You're still topping, like how's still topping a wash? That's part of the problem you do well.
Yeah.
People just expect you to turn up and do spectacularly well.
Yu-Gi-Oh gets torn down and rebuilt every few months. The deck that wins a tournament one year is usually gone the next. So look at what Jesse actually won with: Pyro in London, Thunder Dragon in Knoxville, Chairlemans in Costa Rica, and again in Sydney, Unchained in Vancouver, Sneak Eyes in Sacramento, Ryzio in Vegas, Brandon Dragotail for his 2026 titles. That's 7 completely different decks.
Okay. So he's saying this like it's a different deck every time, but hold up. See if I can find... Oh, man. Trying to look for players. Well, it shouldn't be too difficult. We can just go to the tournament feature. Because he won Columbus. Okay, look at this. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of different decks, but there's the Tearlament one, the Unchained one, and then the Draco Tail one. Look at this.
Decks across completely different versions of the game, and it's the same guy who's holding a trophy at every end of them. Ask him and he'll tell you his actual favorite was Thunder Dragon, and the ones he found boring were Spirals and Snake Eye. The cards in the deck have
Snake Eye is such a boring ass deck.
changing, but Jesse Kahn didn't.
There's different eras of like the best player of all time during that time, and those are the people that should get like the consideration for like top 10 greatest players of all time.
I don't think there really is any disputing that Jesse's the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh player of all time, but it is funny to be like, if someone had a run like this on Thunder Dragon, then you would be like, he was the best Thunder Dragon player of all time. He was known for his Thunder Dragon play. And I remember in like 2020, that's how people would refer to Jesse. And then he became known for his Tearlament play. And then people were like, oh, he's like one of the foremost Unchained players. It's like, he really is that good.
But Jesse's like the #1 of that list.
Jesse Kahn is literally an alien, bro. This isn't normal. This literally isn't normal. And it's not just in North America where he won these titles. What I'm about to tell you is insane. Watch the entire world map fill in. North America, Europe, South America, Central America, Oceania, Australia, and that whole region. Jesse is the only player alive who's won a championship in every single part of the world where this game is competitive in. One guy
All right, let's do Asian English yet.
conquered the entire map. I want you guys to head over to his X right now and look at what he tweeted. The guy is basically Thanos. Instead of collecting Infinity Stones, he's collecting YCS championships on every corner of the planet.
Dude, I'm not surprised. Dude, snap. That's all I gotta say.
But the biggest title that he has that actually comes with the word World Champion happens somewhere else entirely. In 2023, there's a World Championship for a digital version of the game called Master Duel. At the top, it's a team event, and Jesse plays it with Ryan Yu and Raymond Dai. They make the finals against Snipe Hunters, Emir Kwanso, and Joshua Schmidt. Some of the biggest
And these guys are totally washed.
names in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh history. And
a couple of streamers. Oh, congratulations.
Jesse and his team fall
short. What's Quantal up to these days?
Snipe Hunter takes the 2023 World Championship, another final, and another loss for Jesse Kahn. And this is where it gets even crazier. In 2024, Ryan Yu qualifies the team again by winning a Duelist Cup and picks Jesse and Raymond to run it back as Team 7. They make the finals once again. And who's waiting on them? Snipe Hunters. The same team back-to-back at a World
This was crazy, by the way. The fact that they ran it back-to-back was just so fucking amazing.
World Championship. Actually, the biggest stage in the entire game. This time, Jesse and his team takes it. World Champions. And honestly, Team 7 versus Snipe Hunters is one of the biggest rivalries I've...
This was not close, by the way. I remember being so excited for this match, and then it was like a 5-1, right? It was like crazy not close.
Ever seen in the TCG, and I got a whole video documentary dropping very soon, so stay tuned for that. Jesse told me himself that this was the hardest run of his entire life, and he had to innovate his Tearlament strategy on the fly to get it done. And in the same year, a couple of months before Worlds, Jesse...
I got to talk to him on the Jeopardy about his backup deck when he was the winner, Salamangreat. He was like, yeah, we brought this as the backup deck outside of Tearlament. He's like, I played it like once and I got FTK'd. Like, I never played a card from this deck. It just didn't happen. Oh, man.
He wins the undisputed UDS Championship. Quick context. The UDS is the Ultimate Duelist Series. It was an invite-only circuit for North and Latin America that ran from...
So for me, this was his greatest achievement. I know Worlds is his greatest achievement, but this was just... I glued to my screen for this event. This was... It's frustrating to me that this wasn't bigger than it was, because this, for someone who has like followed competitive Yu-Gi-Oh for like a decade, oh my god.
2015 to 2020. You couldn't just enter. You had to earn hundreds of UDS points at locals and regionals just to qualify. The circuit got retired in 2020, but in February 2024, Konami ran a one-off. They brought back every past UDS champion to crown one undisputed winner with a...
And I think what ended up happening was there were like 18 UDSs, but one guy won 2 of them, and one guy was like no longer available.
Custom championship ring on the line. 16 champions, 1 ring, and Jesse Kahn wins the entire thing.
The undisputed UDS champion, Jesse Kahn.
So let's add it up.
The format was kind of whack. It was all Fire King, but that's fine. That's a fun-ass deck to watch.
Prodigy as a kid, 9-time YCS champion, the only person to ever get past 7, a winner on every part of the map, and now a world champion. That 12-year-old reading cards at the kitchen table has basically run out of things left to win, and the deck thing goes even further. Most of the time, Jesse isn't even trying to play the best deck. Back in 2024, he showed up at a YCS playing Crystal Beast.
YCS, the Crystal Beast.
Old fan
Who won that YCS? Does anyone remember?
favorite from the GX era, a deck nobody takes seriously at a high level, that he runs mostly because he just loves it.
He has an excellent read on... If he could do that, he has excellent read on the metagame, right? You can't bring a pet deck in and do well unless you have the read on the metagame. I guarantee Jesse has pet decks, unbelievable amount of pet decks, and when he thinks one of them is poised for the meta, he's gonna give himself some clout and top with Crystal Beast.
He topped the event anyway. By the way, that's the event that I actually won.
Yeah, there we go!
Was told me, yo, you're so lucky I wasn't trying. You're so lucky I was playing Crystal Beast, because if I faced you, oh my god, I would have folded your shit. Well, guess what, Jesse? We'll never know, bro, because you lost in top 8, and I ended up being undefeated that event. So guess what?
I mean, we're gonna find out at Worlds, right?
I guess whenever.
Oh, it doesn't matter because they're on the same team.
No, because you got knocked out before me. But enough joking aside, that's what I want people to realize. Jesse Khan is good enough to grab basically any deck and enter a YCS and do well. What? Honestly though, the trophies isn't what I find the most interesting, because while he's busy rewriting the record books, he was turning into a lot more than just a competitor. He finished business school in early 2023, and instead of taking that degree and getting a normal job, he took the one thing he's the best in the world.
Jesse has a business degree?
And build a whole life out of it. Streaming, making videos, breaking the game down for everyone else.
Well, now he's a problematic fave.
I would lie. I've had discussions in the wife, like, what's next?
Yeah.
He's got a BCom, he's got a degree, he's not using it. Am I worried? And I say no, because, look at, he's got friends and colleagues that have made very comfortable, happy lives in the community, making good livings, respectable living. It's more important to me that he's happy and healthy than.
Bro majored in supply, demand, profit. Well, that's why he had so much time to get good at Yu-Gi-Oh, It's not like he had too much homework to do.
And sitting at a desk job and making maybe the most out of it, out of the corporate world. As I say, it's fascinating to see. It's really a unique game.
These days, he's a content creator with a following of over hundreds of thousands.
It's crazy to think that there is an alternate version of Jesse that just didn't ever play Yu-Gi-Oh and is now like, guys, you gotta understand, in order to make money, we'll have to sell.
Guys, make sure to check out his channel and go support him. But the one that says it all came in May 2026 at YCS Columbus. Right before the event, a new Banlist dropped and hit his deck, Dragotail. He hadn't practiced the new format at all, though by then he'd been playing Dragotail for the better part of the year, so the deck itself was second nature. And he wasn't really there at the YCS to grind in the first place. He'd just been through something rough. He mentioned on stream that his dog Chloe passed away, and he was just at YCS just
That is a cute-ass dog.
for fun.
If he's not enjoying a deck or a format, which happens to everyone, and his head's not in it, and he's just going more to chill, as you would say, he probably is not doing that well at it. When he's focused and really has a deck that is enjoying it, some of his favorites are being played in the deck, like good old Snow.
He mostly entered the YCS just to hang out with his friends and just wanted to just chill and have a good time, But guys, he won the whole thing anyways.
Jesse Cotton!
Steve Kangas going crazy in the back.
Jesse is never going to be the guy that sits down and lists all his accomplishments and brags. He's not that guy. So I figured someone who knows him really well should do it for him, which is what I'm doing today. So is he the greatest of all time? It's the argument that the community loves to have.
No, we don't. I don't think this is really I really don't think there is another answer to this one, right?
To be fair, there's one record that Jesse Khan doesn't hold. If you go purely by lifetime top finishes, raw career consistency,
it's Paulo, right?
Jesse Khan is actually second. As of current, he's behind Christian Urena with...
Urena has 45? Oh my god.
44 tops. And Christian Urena is also another insanely great player. But everything else, though, isn't much of an argument.
Actually, I changed my mind. Jesse Cotton fucking sucks. He's garbage.
Championship wins in the history of the game. That's Jesse Khan. The only player to ever get past 7. Jesse Khan.
What the fuck? Why are they doing Christian so dirty? Look at this.
Most finals ever reached. Jesse Khan. The only person to win on every part of the map. Jesse Khan. And if you genuinely never touched a Yu-Gi-Oh card in your entire life, the simplest way I can put it is this. He's the LeBron James of this game. A name you put right at the very top of the whole conversation.
And everyone's always like, when is he gonna fall off? And he keeps getting better.
Still active, still winning, still adding to the pile. You heard me.
Okay, this is the best part of the video.
A name you put right at the very top of the whole conversation. Still
okay, here's LeBron, right? And then it morphs.
Active, still winning, still adding.
LeBron, why are you white?
To the pile. You heard me say 9 at the start. That's his YCS event record. A Dragon Duel win, a UDS, the undisputed UDS, and a World Championship. And here's my favorite part. When you actually ask Jesse, who's the greatest of all time?
You know what he'll say. MBT.
Who is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh player? Like, if you were to pick one Yu-Gi-Oh player right now, there is a beam from space that is like a tag duel between Atem and Kaiba, and you need to pick one person to come and play that match to save the universe from Kaiba and Yugi. You gotta pick one duelist to play in the tag team duel with you. Who would you pick? You can't pick me. I know you want to pick me, but you can't pick me.
I really do not want to pick you, so it's okay.
I like their relationship in the Sam videos.
Damn, all right.
I don't really distinguish between the top players. Let's go with Lazaro. This one older.
Wow, that is a great pick. That is actually a great pick. You actually respect legends, and I appreciate that. Wow. He won't say his own name. He points to another player.
Well, yeah, you can't tag team with yourself.
A guy named Lazaro Belito. You know who he is. You guys saw Dale in this video? Lazaro is Dale's little brother. And Dale and Lazaro is considered to be some of the greatest players to ever play the game in the early 2000s.
Playing one of the guys that I look up to in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Dale right here.
These guys you see here are absolute legends. Jesse considers Lazaro the GOAT. And that's who Jesse Khan is. The most accomplished player the game has ever produced, still handing the crown to somebody else. This is what makes him rare. Loads of kids are talented. Almost none of them ever do anything with it. The kid who was too good for his age grew up and stayed too good for everybody else's age. The prodigy that actually succeeded.
How much of a career he'd built from it. That part was more of the surprise. This is now his life. I would say I hoped, and I got so much more.
Thousands of people show up, some of the best in the world, and almost none of them will ever win one of these. Count every
of course, he has one.
Title, the Dragon Duel, the YCS wins, the UDS, the UUDS, the World Championship, and it comes out to 13 total wins. And counting, excluding 16 YCS finals appearances, in totality of premier event finishes, Jesse has made it to 20 finals. And guys, he started the exact same like everybody else. A kid at a table.
That's crazy to have 44 tops And 20 of them are in the finals.
Playing by himself, who was just a little too good for his age. The only difference is that he never stopped. Guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Jesse, you're watching this video. You know, I always joke around and say, you know, bro, I think you're the greatest. I think you're the best. I think you're the GOAT. To be honest, bro, from heart to heart, from man to man, I truly think you're the greatest of all time. You motivate a lot of us, and you are the GOAT, bro. Enough glazing, all right? Because I know you're reacting to this video right now. Or you're probably watching this, but enough glazing, bro. Your ass, all right? I'm gonna beat you in the finals, bro. If you ever make it to the finals, I swear to God, I'm gonna beat.
They can't beat each other because they're on the same team.
The living hell out of you, bro. Anyways, bro, you're just the GOAT, man. Like, actually, bro. Guys, do me a huge favor. Go check out Jesse Khan's channel. I'll leave the links down below. And leave a comment down below what you think about Jesse Khan. But yeah, this is a story how a 12-year-old prodigy became the best in the world. Thanks for watching.
Not much else to say. I mean, I really, yeah, there really isn't like a conversation about other players who would potentially be better, but whew, you can really tell that Sam watches basketball YouTube videos. They all make videos exactly like this. I believe it. When will we get the Team Samurai X1 documentary? It'll be like, this is the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTuber of all time. He's getting there. He's getting so close. Could Jesse compare to you in Saga? I would be interested. The problem with Jesse is that he actually is a really good limited player. Like, he does enjoy limited a lot. Isn't Sam the biggest by subscribers? I know, he's got to get to 1 million. Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't a real niche until we have 1 million sub Andy. Saga Streak MBT versus Peak Jesse. Losing to Farfa destroyed my perfect Saga Streak. But I think 15 win roulette versus Jesse would be there would be a discussion. Hey, there's me too. The Yu-Gi-Oh! National Championship match that broke the internet. I do not like the way my side profile looks. Holy shit, I look like I just made the Mimic. That it was difficult for me to put the pieces together of my deck list. What is going on here, dude? I look fucking bad. Look at that. I look like a fucking anti-Semitic caricature. Fuck me, dude. How do I fix that? There's no fixing that. That's just what I am. Holy sh... You gotta start mewing, dog? You know, I do kind of look like Peter Griffin. He gave you pecs in the edit? No, dude, those are my big fat titties. Lose belly fat? You can't even see my belly in here. This has nothing to do with my... Leave my fucking belly out of this. I'll fuck with it, to be honest. You know what? All right, that's fine. I'm okay with it then. Lose cock fat? Impossible. I gotta start stealth petering during IRL events. I can't believe they didn't let you wear the kill shirt on stream. Isn't that fucked up? Dude, who cares what you look like? As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. I'm not happy! No, I am happy. That would be funny, though. You could always get Street Ozempic. You can get the Oz through the mail now. I think you can get the Wegovy pill through like one of those like online pharmacies. I ain't gonna do it though. I ain't gonna do it. I've been counting calories since since coming back from the WCQ. And counting calories is interesting because it always gives you an eating disorder, but it's also interesting because almost immediately you realize that you are eating about twice as much as you're supposed to. Start swimming. Ooh, I could fuck with some swing. I've been rucking. I'm a big rucking guy. Did you watch the new ad they ran? Who's they?
Like Mothman, they can put a level 4 in the fields. I don't know if I necessarily signed that. We have everything we need.
Lock in.
One leg. 3 more to go.
It's the fucking Jeff Leonard.
Another leg. One more piece. The crowd is chanting, one more piece.
One more piece.
Dude, I can't believe this is so good.
One more
It's a
piece.
historical moment. We got the other arm, and all 5 pieces have been assembled. The legs, the arms, the head.
Exodia obliterate.
Exodia obliterate.
Unbelievable. Wow, the crowd goes insane.
He's like, I gotta boot up Master Duel, man. I have to boot up Master Duel. Fuck me, that was so cool. I wish I could play that format with a bunch of dumb fucking shit cards in it.
My grandpa's deck
They had to give this actor better direction.
has no pathetic cards, Kaiba, but it does contain the unstoppable Exodia. I've assembled
It's a nostalgia slop. You just like it because it's nostalgic.
all 5 special cards, all 5 pieces of the puzzle. Exodia, it's not possible. Exodia, obliterate!
Dang, you got enough baseballs here, kid? What the fuck? Who dressed this set? You guys may not know this if you didn't grow up in millennial times, but holy shit, this is like a $1 trillion TV for the time. The screen is flat and there's speakers on the side. Fuck me. I would have liked to have had a real discussion about this, but you are a lobotomite. What could you possibly... Oh, what? Are you talking about counting calories? Yeah, maybe later.
I'll be back, Bob.
He's stealing his mom's money. They're like, yeah, you gotta steal your mom's money. Holy shit, wait! Is this happening in real time?
So that is the way it works.
You walked in as Walter Jewell was about to film a deck profile where he goes back in time. Is that fucking... Why is Rhyme Style there? Dude, who are these two?
What do you think the odds of survival are if you were to jump off the cruise ship after the pieces of Exodia?
I'd give it about 1 in 658,008.
That's got to be the % chance of opening Exodia.
Oh, hey there, kiddo. What can I help you with?
I'd like a box of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, please.
It's good.
A whole booster box? Are you sure?
Wait, what set is this?
Have fun.
This is the church at the end of Lost. This is where you go if you die as a Yu-Gi-Oh pro. You go to the church at the end of Lost, but it's a card shop. With Jerome and Billy? Yeah. These cards are ass!
Okay, kid, it's your move.
Okay, first off, they got a great performance out of Billy. They really milked a good performance out of Billy there. Second off, I do appreciate that they understand that their market is entirely 32-year-old millennials with a disposable income that like half remember enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh in the past. Next episode, bro brings his whole deck to a local tournament and sits there for 10 minutes while his opponent full combos him with Cool Tune. Oh my god. SpongeBob pointing at TV meme. They better give that fat check to Jeff Leonard. Can you consider trying to market current format to people who haven't played a TCG? No. That's why they need some sort of format where you can use today's cards but enjoy yesterday's gameplay. If only that existed. Well, it doesn't. Yes. Maybe call it like a part of the Bible. Numbers. Oh, I closed out the homeless merch. Okay, there we go. Keep that up for later. Why is Josh pondering orbs? He's always doing that shit. If you don't know Josh personally, you may not know this, but like he's always pondering orbs. Corinthians. All right. Let's play a little Genesis. I never get to do this on stream. We're going to play a little Genesis. Not a lot, just a little. What do we want to play in Genesis? One thing I want to do today is I want to build a Genesis deck because I've been watching the Peep streams, and the streams in which he builds a strategy are fucking fun as hell. So I want to do that. It's epic when he fights with chat. Exactly. Malice? That's actually a really good idea. Okay. So we'll do Genesis here. Now let's check the Malice points. Ooh. I'm seeing no points whatsoever on the Malice cards. That's crazy. I mean, we'll play all of them. No points on White Binder? That's nuts. Let's turn on the music, by the way. There we go. Find a Corey build around? No, thank you. All right, let me just ask chat. What do you think would be cool? Use Malice to make Gabonga? Oh, but we can already play 3-slop. Aliens? Is there a reason to play Alien? Is there a good Alien card? No, and their setup is a Link monster. Ghost Trick? Jesus Christ. I challenge you to attempt an idea I've been trying to figure out for the entirety of Genesis' existence. Pure Fusion Union. I don't think I'm doing that. Chimera? Chimera's already done. We could try Ghost Trick. Is anything here pointed? No. No Link 1 in Ghost Trick is rough. Not if you play it the way I do. All right, that's a good start. 25 on this guy. The fuck? What's this guy's name? It's Utopic Future. Why not Zexel instead of UDF? I just kind of assume we'll have points to throw around. All right, so we can do this off of any rank 3. What's an archetype that can make a rank 3? We could 3-slop. Oh shit, we could do Malice. So what would Malice look like? We want to like normal Dormouse, banish White Rabbit. White Rabbit summon itself back. That's 2 3s. No. Wow. That's a painful ass link. Or lock. Holy shit. That's disastrous. Wind-ups? Ooh, hold up. I would love to build wind-up. Oh my god. Okay, so they've pointed it so I can't play Zenmaity and Hunter. But who cares? Yeah, I like this a lot. Let me look at my own old video as like a starting point. Didn't you do that wind-up video with Gage in Master Duel? Yeah, way long time ago. Wind-up MBT Nim Nim. For some reason, I can't find it, though. Is Goblin Biker good in Genesis? It is. It is not bad. This opener is that I'm going... Do I never show the deck? What's my fucking problem? Why was I posting videos where I don't show the deck? What is my issue? You hate viewers, I guess. It was a members only video? Oh, let's go. Membership. Yeah, hold up. Winding up with Nim Nim. Oh, this is literally just us building for like an hour. Okay. So let's think about what we want to do. Now, the challenge here is going to be we can't go through Wind Up Zen Maintenance, which is a really powerful card for the strategy. So we're just going to have to rely on like Zen Meity loops. So the way that looks is we play 2 Zen Meity, probably. We're at 55 already, which is a lot. And Zen Meity can summon in attack or defense. So maybe we play like 3 Magician, 3 Shark, maybe like 2 Rat. We probably want to play the Speedroids because it's generic. 7? Oh, man. I mean, it's really good. And then I remember in the past I played the Xiamens in here, but I don't think that that's good enough. The PK stuff does Terror Top exactly the same but cheaper. Done. All right, what is the new PK stuff? Decayed Cloak. This is Doomed Solarlit. Right. We play one of the Trap, wherever he is. Umbrage Veil. That's all we have to play, right? I wonder if we play more. Like, Decayed Cloak is a good card. Okay. We should probably play some number of like fours for like Magician plus Shark. Is there a 4 that even matters? If only the Armored Xyz package wasn't the worst of all time. I can't see how we get away with not playing it, right? What's the minimum we can play here? Armored Xyz, Full Armored, Dark Knight Lancer, and Torpedo. Can't play any of the Dominus cards, can you? Fire, Water, Earth, Dark. Yeah, unfortunately, no. We can cut a Mischief here. I like where your head's at. We can play Papillion, because that will change a monster to attack position. And so we can modulate our rat here. Yeah, I like where we're going. How much is Twins? Free. Let's play that shit. Tweens. Oh, but Twins can only go on rank 4s. Dragon Gate? Yeah, for sure. Zeus? That's all our points if we play Zeus. It might actually be Utopic Zexal. I think Zexal is more important than losing Zeus. Twins can use rank 4 or lowers. No. Oh, the second effect is rank 4 lowers. The material line is just rank 4s. So it would be like Papillion and a shark. That's probably fine. The used angels as well. Yeah, I like that. Dark Rebellion. So Dark Rebellion would be like Dark Rebellion, Dark Requiem. What's the new rank up named? God damn it. Thank you. Phantom Knights rank up Magic Requiem. This card's 12. Oh my god. That's so much. We can cut the Ghost Trick stuff. Probably. Because, like, the Ghost Trick stuff is just getting us more material, but we're going to use 2 Zenmaities to make Zexal anyway. $71. Can we really afford this? It would be nice if we could. I mean, I really like this card. Okay. Is Zeus required? I think it's probably required, yeah. With no Raiders Knight, what else are you gonna do? Raiders is like 1,000 though, right? It's 80. Yeah. Seventh Tachyon? I actually really like that. Okay, so 7th Tachyon here can get us Hyper Attribute. So we can use... Oh, who's the guy? Star, Cestus, and Ragnazero for Magician Shark. That's kind of nice. We could play 7th Tachyon, too. Or, not 7th. Ascension. Okay, we're halfway there. We're pretty much out of points, though. We probably should play more Phantom Knights shit. Do we want to load up on a unpointed non-engine? We probably could play some pointed non-engine. Like, I like Godos in here. Godos sounds really good. I like, Ogre. We've got 5 left. We could play the DD Crow. Are Wielder and Winder worth playing? I mean, realistically, we should probably be playing Kabonga. It's just so much material. What if we cut Zenmaity and the second ones become Kabonga? And then we play, Goblin Biker, like Doug Charger. We search off Kabonga. We grab Grand Breakout. That's too many points. But that's the only one that makes sense. I can cut the Crow, yeah. But we should play more than this. It should be like, add a Doug Charger. Doug Charger for Grand Breakout. Grand Breakout for Gone Wild. And then Gone Wild summon what? Clatter Sploder? Is this the absolute minimum we can get away with? I'm going to play another Doug regardless. Yeah, I like this lineup. Are you playing the big-ass Goblin Payoff Xyz? No. The 6? No, you don't need him. Any more wind-up cards? I don't really think there are any more good wind-up cards. Yeah, that's all of them. We can play Zen mains. More PK stuffs? I think you're right. I think we could cut Eclipse Twins. I don't know what we're doing with this fucking card. Dragon Gate's only okay, too. We probably don't need these 7th Ascensions. Is there like a... I really wish there was a 4 to justify this. Does the free agent PK rank 3 do anything for you? Oh, Sala... What's his name? Sala Fucker? Like Salamandra Salamander? God, I'm not going to be able to spell it right. Salashade? That's not it. Shamanite. I was way off. Nah, I don't think this does anything. I think we've got enough enablers. So we can go like Solarlit. Solarlit or the trap for the Malevolent Scythe. Or what exactly? We can summon a Phantom Knight from our deck. Is there a Phantom Knight we want summoned from our deck? It's usually Decayed Cloak, but we don't have points for it. I mean, we do if we cut Deuce, which I don't want to do. We could cut, like, Ancient Cloak, or we could summon, like, Ancient Cloak. We could summon Silent Boots and just play Fogblade. Kind of like that. Like one Fogblade. Greaves. Greaves is interesting. Where's my boy? Hello? There he is. I feel like you can cut Zeus. I feel like Zeus is kind of the reason to play the deck. Is the PK counter trap any good? This one? No. Is there another one? What if you play Exciton? How do we get to Exciton? Oh, it's actually pretty easy. Yeah, for sure. Is Downard points? No. But Dragon Gate is like better Downard. Just kidding, it's not. Torn Scales. Discard to send the ad. To add any card. One to add Boots. Okay, wait. Torn Scales is actually not a bad normal. Send Boots, and we can grab what? Fogblade. Nah, I don't love this. I really don't love the 7th Ascension, to be honest, too. Okay, what other free hand traps are there? Do we play Skullmeister? You send Cloak to add Boots. Oh. So it'd be like... like this. That seems all right. Chalice? Chalice's points. We could just put in like wielder and tracker. Wielder. Tracker. Final bringer? No. Chalice is 1. Veiler? No, we don't have points for that. It would be like a Fissure, yeah. E-Telly's 33. Is Rhoda points 33? No material. I'm good. Twin Twister? Actually, Twister might be pretty good here. Okay, let's do the sideboard. We have 1 point to work with, so... Kaiju Slumber seems pretty obvious. Meister. Blizzard. This is like the perfect deck for Magic Deflector. Unbreakable Xyz definitely needs to be in here. We can cut the Meisters. I actually hate Blizzard. I think this card is really bad. We'll put in a Pear Bear. No Swords of Concealing. That's a Peeps card. I've been liking Curry Kara in the side. I'll try it out. Why not? All right, let's do a little test hand action and see what this looks like. Okay, this is pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so we go 7th Tachyon. Reveal. Is Magician our normal here? Yes. Grab Magician. Solarlit. Effect. Umbrage Veil. You. We get a shark here, right? Or we get a... Magician. This is tough. I'm starting to realize this doesn't do anything. I have actually a whole shitload of plays. Fuck me. This is, god damn, this is really tough. Okay, so it's not, we got to cut out a rat. We got to get rid of rat. So Magician Shark is just infinity 3s is what I'm hearing. What do we do with that? I like going into Gabanga. Honestly, I think we put in another target for Xyz's Armor Fortress, so we can put it over top of the Zen mains and then clear out that spot. God, the 5 zones is really fucking me up. Papley Operative kind of sucks balls. And it's really rough that the Scythe can only be made with dark monsters. Because we can really easily, through the Shark and the Magician, get to Zenmane's Dark Rebellion. But how do we get to we have to get to another 3 for... Man. I think the Scythe is actually the weak link here. And if the Scythe is the weak link, we cut the Requiem and we cut the Rebellion. This is tough. Is Dark Requiem any good? I think it isn't. Surely it just gets popped? Yeah, I think we're cutting that. So if we do that, I mean, we were previously just playing the Phantom Knights cards as a mechanism to get to a 3. So if we retain that, we can take out Torn Scales, take out Ancient Cloak. We can, I want to keep Fogblade. And then we can play like, do we have the points for Terror Top? We have the points for 2 Terror Tops. Is that enough to play Terror Top? Place your bets now. I think so. 2-1, that's okay. Surely we'll control a wind monster. Who else is a free 3? There's not a lot of them. I like a Shuriken. Yeah, I like that. Kagamucha Knight? Doesn't that need a normal? Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. Do you have to normal a wind-up? I don't necessarily, but I mean, these are kind of cloggy. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea. Oh, if I find Terror Top, I do not need to normal a wind-up. Junk Forward. Hello? No. Jesus Christ, no. Play Tour Guide. I'm maxing out on Ascension again. Will you play another Twin Twister? What 4s do we want? We now are in the market for 4s. Are there any 4s that do anything on a board state? Certainly, Emerald is all right. That's a point. Tornado Dragon. That's a good one. Oh, we should play, where's the 1-0 guy that lets us, yeah, that searches a guy post-board? 101 to break boards going second. Surely we're not down that bad. Diamond Direwolf to pop. Oh, you know what? Actually, it is Light Dragon. Yeah. All right, let's try this out. Wait, what was it called? Genesis Wind Up. Well, this is disastrous. Look at that. That's 4 garnets. What card am I missing? This is a garnety ass deck. God damn it, dude. Wow, this is another rough hand. It works though. And then we can go like... Wait, this is kind of crazy. And then we don't need to necessarily go Gabonga here. I mean, we're going to. Go grab Breakout here. These two become a 4. Like a Tornado Dragon or something. Break out the Doug. This is supposed to be Gone Wild. Although, does it have to be Gone Wild? Okay, this is actually... Hold up. This is not so bad. This sucks. Well, that's not bad either. I like this a lot, actually. This is not terrible. I want a different 3 than Torpedo. Is there like a generically good 3 end board? There's Totem Bird, but that's pointed now. I mean, the generically good one is Gabonga. A Shuriken is alright, but requires 3. Meteoractor? Gossip Shadow? That's pretty bad. Cicada King? He's points now. He's 10. Jesus Christ. He would be perfect. Do we cut Zeus? That's the question. Do we cut Zeus? You know, we could find some extra space. All it would require. We'll cut the Exciton. That's never happening. And I think we can actually cut a shark and a magician, right? Like, we only ever go through the 2 magicians. I mean, Shark is just good. Shark is just a good card. We can play through Shark. Now we have room. But for what? We play the Pair Bears main. We do draw a card over the course of our combo. Gold Pride? No. I don't think so. 2 more slots. Are we playing Kagamucha Knight? Play the DD Crows. Something like this. Because now we open Magician Shark. All right. So we can skip the Zenmaity here and just go for Torpedo. Yeah. That sucks. Can the stick make 5s? You know, theoretically. I was immediately punished for not having 3 wind-up magician. Yeah, I could have kept going. No, I couldn't have, because I wouldn't have had zones. Yeah. God, it is tough to make this work. All right, let's try it out. Same hand. This hand is terrible. None of the 107 guys are 3s, are they? No, that would be too easy. God, I think we just need more 3-statted dudes. Is there ever a world where we're playing, like, Dangers? Is there ever a world where we're playing Junk Forward is the question. And I think the answer is yes. This. This hand's good enough. Yeah, I'm liking how this is ending up, though. We want Magician here. Okay, alright. We probably go Light Dragon at Ignister here. It's just like a safer guy. So use Armor Fortress, like this. These 2. And then we don't need to go through Big Gabonga, but doing so is probably still better than not doing it, right? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Grab the other Doug. Doug effect. Doug effect. Grab breakout. Breakout. Grab clatter sploder. Clatter sploder. Then we go Cicada King. That's kind of nice, dude. That is kind of nice. Now, it's a little weird because Cicada King has to fire before the Big Gabonga gets max value, but, I mean, that's kind of fine. Unnecessary. All right, let's try this out. It's a good start. It is a little 3 sloppy, I will admit. I'll just do it in casual. In casual Genesis, for those of you who will be Q sniping. Let's see you Q snipe a casual Genesis player. Does Blitz not steamroll this? It's certainly possible. But I'm going first. Okay. Hand's a little wacky. This little interaction is at least really strong. It's just so much material. I wish there was more to do with it. Okay, if they have Nibiru, I'm going to be really sad. The links are obviously good because it gets us rat access, but they're also really good insofar as, like, I don't have to cry if my zones get blocked. I'm going to go for him in the dark. Bring this guy down to a 3. Yeah, I think so. Go grab our good friend, Mr. Douglas Charger. Would you play a larger Hecka Hands package? That would be kind of a funny thing to do in here. No. Got me a breakout. And we'll just, I mean, we're just executing the line. All right, I mean, that's the board. God, I wish we had a better fucking 4. I'm going to hold on this because we can use it to dodge removal or make Zeus. Ooh, okay. I love that this is playable in Genesis. Sword Soul Assessment, not a card I'm familiar with. Target one face of monster you control. If this card is banished, special Sword Soul token. Banish summon a Sword Soul token. Ecclesia. Okay. Okay, they banished Sword Soul Assessment, so I can either to the picked card or the card that was not picked nor banished. This doesn't matter. Whew. I could take one of them. I think I'm good. Can't even escape Branded in Genesis, man. Branded? This is Sword Soul. Ooh, Heavenly Dragon Circle Tribute a token. Well, surely that won't fulfill the cost on Heavenly Dragon Circle, right? For Mapura. What if I just try to keep them off of monsters forever? This is a good-ass Final Bringer. Holy shit. Whoa, that's a crazy Final Bringer. Do I have a legal target for this? Oh, no, I do. Oh, no. This is as bad as it could possibly be. Oh, my God. Oh, thank God I can Dragon Gate. Transfer its materials. That's ridiculous. So transfer its materials turns off the big Gabonga. Do it like this. Okay, I have a line, but it's gross. Saruya. Okay, that's like nothing to me. Alright. Full Armored Xyz. I will equip Fortress to it. New Chain. Tornado Dragon. Pop this. Trigger Gabonga. I'll take Saruya. How's that? Huh? See, I got plays. I got plays. Oh. All right, Chi Shao Blackout. Oh, it's so much worse. Oh, it's so much worse. Yep. Damn, so the unfortunate truth is what I really wanted to do was detach off the Cicada King so that I could trigger Gabonga with the Clatter's Floater on their turn. But once I had to perform the summon of the Dragon Gate, you know, that really went out the window. And here's... Oh, my God. Draco Berserker. Jesus Christ. Witness of the Ancient. Dude, what are you talking about, last card, Witness of the Ancient? Oh. Wow, that's disastrous, yeah. Arc Token. Bastion Destroyer. Yeah. Yeah. This is the stuff, man. This is so much fucking crap. Joke's on you. You added a card from your deck to your hand. Watch out for my Godos. There is just no fucking way in hell you fucking negate that. You piece of shit. What are you talking about? What did we Tornado Dragon? Our own card so we could suck with Big Kabonga. You know what's fucking frustrating is if I had just taken the Mapura, they would be choked on 2 tuners, right? Damn. Oh, we are boned. We are so boned. Okay, we're still in this. We are still in this. Okay, as expected. Hang on, can we win? Very much. We have to beat the Disturbance, which is not possible. Okay. Jesus Christ. Well, the good news is the Tornado Dragon's the guy we care about. Is it till the end of the turn? Till the end of the turn, okay. Hello, Enlisted. Hello, Destroyer. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. I mean, kinda, right? They just let you? They didn't have an option. Do we just do it now? Yeah, probably. Oh, we should have tried to get Ecclesia. Oh my god, that's so important. Fuck me. I can't believe I forgot the Ecclesia. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, that's unbeatable. Damn, this was a good ass game. The good news is it's very likely they don't have any more Albazes. Oh, you can get it from the grave. Never mind. Well, when they go for the effect, we'll just hope that that's the only one they have. And then on our turn, we're going to normal Crow and equip Xyz Armor Fortress to it so it becomes very big. Three cards in hand. I can't figure out a way to win this game. Well, here's hoping, baby. Okay. No! Oh, fuck. Yeah, they're gonna get like a Moye here. A Taya here. We lose. Yeah. Well, maybe they don't have one. Oh, okay. Moye for Moye. Yeah, you got it. That was a fun one. Holy shit. That was really fun. I think I could have played that different in one. Was it Crow and put them on the third Ecclesia? They're probably playing they're probably maxing out on Ecclesia. Any adjustments? I don't think so. There was nothing in there that felt like bad. The two big fuck ups were the Ecclesia thing with Zeus and losing a 50-50 on tuner non-tuner. Taking this to regionals will hold up. Were they using Null Gainer to get to Witness and just drew it? I have to imagine, right? Maybe we play Null Gainer. Tie-Dye Larry. Oh, God. This deck. All right, can we beat the Gooner? Oh, they did it in draw. You fuck. I will still get to do it. Yup. Yup. Ah, Mr. Magician. Okay. Yeah. There he is. Yep. Okay. They put Rod on top. Draw one. Oh, it draws two because of DMD. Yeah. Ring of the Rod, we get you pussy on God. It's actually Dark Magician. That's crazy. Secrets of Dark Magic. What is Dragoon at? Sheesh. I mean, I guess I'm gonna try to take it. Oh, we are chaining the fusion spell here. for the Dark Magicians. This is a fucking nightmare. I got 2 guys I can't summon. I shouldn't have done that. Here's the gaze. What do we make? Dark Magician's fucker knight? Why did you do that? I don't know. I just wanted an extra guy. Oh, it is Timaeus. Oh, God. I mean, this doesn't beat Zeus. So that's got to beat Zeus. What? Blazing Cartesia. That's an unbelievable fucking draw. Unfortunately, we have to normal the Sorlet here. And we have no way to do anything. Oh, we lose to negate my Umbrage Veil. Oh, that's such bullshit. What an awful hand. It wasn't an awful hand. I shouldn't have reanimated the fucking Dark Magician girl at Dragon Knight. That was so stupid. That was so dumb. I can't believe how dumb I am. Yeah, that was dumb. That was just my own problem. Whoops. I assume they had something else to go. Godo seems anti-synergistic. Correct. Let's cut that motherfucker. What are we playing instead? Honestly, like maybe more trackers. I'll do Meister. Hakamucha Knight is so bad, though. We never normal a 3. Can I pill you on Big Jaws? Kinda. Tour guide? Tour guide is pointed. I kind of like Materia Raptor. Am I in queue? I am. Oh. We did get one in. Amibel. Banger ass boss ass hand. We can do a lot here actually. I almost hope they have a piece of targeted negation. is interesting. Do I still make it with the understanding that we just have everything we need? Yeah, I do. We just didn't need a normal that. This, yeah. You. And you. And you. What if I made like a Doom Z monster here? Like I go like these two for Graflario. What if I do that? That would be kind of funny. Oh, don't nib me. Thank you. Time for the large Gabonger. Are the magicians spellcasters? They are. You could Wick Hat. Hold the fucking phone? Could I? Do not Nibiru me. Okay, that is not Nibiru. Unfortunately, Skullmeister cooks this fucking deck alive. I'm a huge fan of this deck, but it can't beat Skullmeister. I mean, what are we doing here, right? Depends on what the hand looks like. Who's Ocanix again? Or Garunix? So they go Ocanix 1, Garunix 2. That's fine. Sakata King, detach Clatter. Clatter, detach. Why can't I detach the, I didn't activate it at end step. Oh, fuck. Well, that's not good. Well, now I have to do this. Kind of ridiculous. Huh? Oh, God! Okay, well. That's Kurikara for you. He's huge. Dude, I totally fucked this up by not activating Kabonga at end step. Oh, don't summon a guy to my field, excuse me. What's she taking here? Nothing matters. Can you win from this position? Yeah, any 3 does it. And some 4s do it. That'll do it. Oh, this is a tough one. If I Xyz Armor Torpedo here and attack the Kurikara Div Incarnate, does it go down to 0? No. Fuck. Well, then we have a bit of a problem, don't we? We could special summon out the other 3. It's okay. We can still make this work like this. Armored Xyz. Atlda. Oh, what does this do? Oh! This card's broken. I guess it didn't do anything. Well, I'm not going to attack any of these guys. Yeah, I bet. Oh! What the fuck do you mean you topped Forbidden Chalice? Oh my god, we're dead here. We are actually toast. It is over. They have to pop. Whoa. Hold? Why not Zeus on your turn? I guess I should have. Yeah, well, nice to that. They go get a Skyburn here. Dude, I can't stand this. Yeah, get whoever you want. I shouldn't have done that. What do I care that Garunix procs here? Well, that's an interesting draw. That is an interesting draw. So that's mandatory. Okay. Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know what I do here. Because I can't set it because it's... Ugh, let me read these cards. Is it face up? No. They just blow it up. Yeah, I was like, they can proc the Skyburn here. I was supposed to not pop the Skyburn. Yeah, they got me. The Bayrong kills me. Man! Oh, you gotta be kidding me, that top deck. All right, well, we won 0 games, but, you know, sometimes that's how things go. I think there's something more interesting we can do with this, but I can't deny that, like, these cards just feel like bad 3 enablers. I wish we had a good 4 in this format. What else could we do? We could go, like, Doomsy Deactorus into Graflario into Raiders. Raiders pop Graflario. Hold up, my brain is cooking. That's the wrong guy. We're at 110 right now. That's not good. I'm sorry, Zeus. Our time together was short, but I need more shit. Okay. Put in some Raiders. Then we Raiders. For Drastia. Drastia for Doomdirg. Wait, hold up. Did I just write the song of the summer? This hand sucks. It does it though. Oh, they can't get Magician, right? Okay, the deck has now been cracked. The deck is now genius level. The deck has become with the addition of only 3 more Garnets. I keep trying to snipe you. You keep missing. I'm sitting here in queue. I have enjoyed people are discovering Montessori Boy this week on Twitter. And so I've got to see all week though. Guys, it's me, Michael Jackson. It's like one of my favorite skits of all time. It's bad, no good. Touch it on the child. I don't think he was singing songs about... Oh, there we go. He sniped me. All right. Uh-oh. I can't be stopped when I got the motherfucking clown music. Bing bong. He's bad. No good. Touching on the child. Let's see how you handle our new ships. Yes. No, I will not be destroying a card on the field, thank you. I'll use Raiders to pop this and grab a Drastia. This is fucking dope. I'm not gonna lie. This is fucking dope. Do I go Zenmaity for the third 4? Yes. Thank God I had an extender. It's crazy that opening Magician Shark is bad. Bing, bing. Wow. Getting to shuffle back all the garnets in this deck is very important. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, fucking yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. This is what I'm fucking talking about. Oh, yeah. Give me a fucking Doug Charger. Give me a fucking Doug Charger. Oh, we're Xyz locked, though. Oh, no. What are we going to do now that we're Xyz locked? Big bummer. Dude, this deck is so adequate. You wouldn't believe it. Yeah, this time I will remember to do this. Oh, right. Ow. Foolish Burial Goods. Ease is gonna send some stupid shit like Fluffle. What the fuck? I'm just stopping this now. Fuck you. Go get your field spell the old-fashioned way with Rainbow Bridge. Dun, 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 dun. I forgot to put Drasterus in the extra deck! Wait, why can I activate this? Oh, it's the Doomderg effect. Alright, but they don't need to know that. Oh my god. I'm like really mad about that. Like, this would have been the perfect Drasterus. Whatever. Okay. I thought something was off when you didn't summon him. Well, I was being greedy. I will Cicada King here. Oh! I see we are both bad at this game. Oh, you know what? I'm going to put Graflario there. I forgot to put him in. Have you used Asura King? No, but, you know, what am I going to put in there? Maybe like a Nightmare Shark? Okay, one more card. Fogblade is a piece of shit also. This Silent Boots thing is not working out. Gaia Stream? Ooh. We don't have a 7, though. Is Junk Forward actually the best thing? I don't know, Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think it is. But it's in here, so... Let's play the Unbreakable Xyz's main. Fuck it. Gallus? Jesus Christ, we're not down that bad. Maybe we are. Alright, this is my last one. Then I'm going to bed. Thank you, Makoto's Toes. Banger hand. I mean, I will say, we keep opening this. I had to put that back, but unfortunately having the Clatter Sploder is kind of a problem. Let's do this part right now. Drew it again award? We're fine. You know what? We should have put the Clatter Sploder back, because we can unbrick ourselves of everything else. Here we have to do this, which is kind of bad. Kind of bad here, meaning really bad. How the fuck do we get this out of our hand? The fuck do we do here? Grand breakout for... Oh my god. Is there anything here that discards us a card? We go Torpedo? We already have the Gabongo. Yeah. That's rough as fuck, yeah. We were supposed to keep the trap in our hand and put the Clatter Sploder back fuck me, dude. This deck is so hard. Targeting Fallen of Albaz. Didn't even know I needed an open zone for this guy. That's kind of a problem, too. This card's so broken. What a card. I mean, really, what a card. Do it now, baby. Huh. Mixusa. That card is actually not a problem for us. It seems like it would be a problem for us, but it can actually only fusion summon on our opponent's turn. So at end step, we can do a little bit of a trick. And it's not even during our opponent's turn, it's during the main phase. This is once, right? Yeah. Yep. Uh-huh. Also fine. That's okay. We're one activation behind here, actually. Yeah, I need them to let me do that. We're going to get into some turn player shenanigans here. Because they get Fallen of Albaz here to go for a Mirror Jade line. So they go Fallen of Albaz CL1, and we go Full Armored Dark Knight Lancer CL2 to take it. Hopefully that's enough. Ooh, that was clever. The downside here is that this doesn't target. So we will still be able to take Incredible Ecclesia and stop them from getting to Albaz. All right, that's all our points of interaction because I should have one more, but I fucked up the fucking Clattersploder Gone Wild because I thought that the trap was a garnet and Clattersploder wasn't, but it was the other way around. Too many garnets. Who the fuck is Fusion Draft? What do you mean, Fusion Draft? Okay, grab Cartesia. Yes, you can special Cartesia. Yeah, for sure. Just once per turn? Okay. Yeah, sorry about this. I think I just need the one. Oh, that's kind of cool. Wait. A Luber trigger? Let's go. Now he's not as big. We still have a game on our hands. Because Cartesia adds back. You think you got enough Cartesias, by the way? And what are we adding here? And nothing in Graveyard I can use. Maybe I should be playing like a mean Merciless. Oh, High Spirits. That's kind of nice. Yeah, we can do that now. Can we pop our own Bonkers with Durg? Does that do anything?
Yes.
What does Durg do? God, I wish I could just look at it. Durg lets it... Oh my god, the text on this fucking card. It's a good draw. Sanguinual. Summon from deck. Yeah. Losing the Durg is big here, though. I will take the Aluber. I will take the Cartesia. I will take the Cartesia. Give me your monsters! Okay, well, unfortunately, Dark Knight Lancer doesn't target, so whatever you make, I'm going to take. Okay, this deck is pretty funny when it works. Give me that. Alright, battle. After 1,000 years, we've done it. We have won a game against a real deck with our dog shit, but we did have to go first. Okay, I don't love the Unbreakable Xyz barriers. These seem pretty bad. I wish we had another card like Junk Forward that was just like, if you control a 3, here he comes. But, it is interesting. Let's think about the Garnet ratio here. Now, none of these are hard garnets, but apparently some of them are. So we have a cool 9. That's fine. That's a good number to have. This was still fun. This was still fun as fuck. I just love going Magician Shark, dude. You just add more trackers? Yeah. More trackers, more wielders. Is there a third one? No, there's not. It's a funny ass deck. Maybe let's play the 4th goblin. I think Boom Mock will smooth out a lot of hands. Why don't we play Unbreakable? Man, I love playing Genesis. Fuck me. I think we came up with a fun ass deck today. I could take this to locals. All right, thank you all for sticking around to the very bitter end. I appreciate it. I know, shocking to see me play Yu-Gi-Oh! For a fucking change. I'm going to throw you over to someone else who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's see if there is anyone else. Oh, Miniful. Everybody say hi to Miniful.